Quarterbacks Radio. Days gone. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio in between the breaks. All right. Braves, Phillies, go get them, boys. The Salute to Service shows. Hope y'all enjoy. Hope y'all enjoy the Salute to Service shows compilation from Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Days gone by.
You're in great.
Days gone by. Gone by. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey sports fans, The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country.
At Shell, we know from the time you get up to the time you wrap up, there's a lot of meetups, eat-ups, and hurry-ups. So come to Shell and get 3 things done at once. Fill up with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus to help keep your engine running like new. Save up with the Fuel Rewards program and never pay full price for gas again. And snack up with in-store rewards to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell. And engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline. See full terms and conditions at fuelrewards.com.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man. He's got his 6-year-old son Billy sitting on the floor, watching college wrap up and writing down the scores. And there stands Uncle Andy, bending empty cans.
Hope y'all enjoy the Salute to Service shows compilation from Armchair Quarterbacks Radio days gone by.
You're in Braves country.
Armchair.
10 years ago, a crack commando unit was sent to prison by a military court for a crime they didn't commit. These men promptly escaped from maximum security stockade. Today, still wanted by the government, they survive as soldiers of fortune. If you have a problem, if no one else can help, and if you can find them, maybe you can hire
Braves Country.
'cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Yeah, man. I did a little research, and of course there were several of them that popped to mind automatically. Pat Gilman, no doubt, Army Ranger, gave up a promising NFL career to serve his country. But that was to me, that was the first one that popped in my head, and so I wanted to do a little research, man, and I had a couple of them. Jackie Robinson, Bradley served in the United States Army. Yogi Berra served in the U.S. Navy.
Yogi Berra lived a life, didn't he?
He did. And then, and this one's for Teamus, man. Ted Williams.
Yeah.
He didn't just serve in World War II. He also served in Korea. Gave up right around 5 years of his Major League Baseball career to serve his country.
The other thing about him is this, that I don't think a lot of people realize, is that, first of all, his records would have been probably darn near unbeatable if he would have played those 5 years, if there wasn't wartime, right? But then the other thing is, he grew up in military town. He grew up in San Diego. So that's why it meant a lot to him to go join the Navy, because obviously San Diego, outside of Jacksonville and maybe Annapolis, San Diego is the U.S. Navy. And the other thing about him that I think usually gets lost in the mix is that not only is he arguably the greatest hitter of all time, most people consider him the greatest pilot of all time. His eyesight and reflexes just must have been off the charts when you consider he's up there as one of the greatest Navy pilots ever and one of the greatest hitters ever. And to me, that's what resonates, is the guy just had an unbelievable talent. They should have been cloning him. I know they tried to, and they did that weird thing. They froze his head or whatever. I don't know what that was about, but if they could have cloned folks back then, I mean, that's the guy you clone. But you're a Red Sox fan or not, man, I don't see anyone that has ever said anything bad about Ted Williams. I just think one of the coolest things about him is that they asked him as a young child, what did he want to be when he grew up? And he said, I want to be the guy that walks down the street and people point at him and say, that's the best damn hitter that's ever walked the earth. And he did it. I mean, to be that laser focused on something that early in his career.
Yeah, laser focused, man. I mean, and everybody knows I'm no Red Sox fan, but I have a great deal of respect for his ability on the baseball field and for his service to us.
Well, it's not his fault that he got picked by the wrong team, right?
Yeah, it's definitely not his fault, man.
It's not like the Red Sox are a college and he chose to go there.
Exactly.
I've got my Mount Rushmore that I'm going to get into next hour, but some of the people that I think a lot of people don't know a lot about, I'm going to gloss them over real quickly. We've got other things we're going to get into, and we're going to be doing this all day long. You remember Leon Spinks? That he's the only fighter ever to take the belt away from Ali. Okay? What a lot of people don't know about that guy is that he grew up in a rough area in St. Louis, Missouri. He joined the Marine Corps to get the heck out of there. When he got in the Marine Corps, they taught him how to box. I thought that was pretty. His service wasn't jaw-dropping like Ted Williams, but I thought that was some of the cool stuff. And one of the guys that is probably forgotten, but he played during our generation, is Chad Hennings. He was a linebacker for the Air Force Academy, and he went and served. He served 4 years, so he was over there in the first Desert Storm, right? He just got out of harm's way, but he came back to play for, I believe he played for the Cowboys and a couple other teams, and ended up with a good 7-8 year career. He's one of the ones we've always kind of glossed over. And one of the other ones that I'll just throw at you and we'll move on is he's not on my list, but he came really close to. It's a guy by the name of Hobie Baker. And he is the only athlete to be named in the College Football and Hockey Hall of Fame. He went to Princeton. He served in World War I. He was the commander of the 103rd Aero Squadron. And long story short, Baker was killed just a few weeks after the war while he was still in the military flying a test plane back. So I like to give respect to him. On Veterans Day, we do an entire show, and this year it'll obviously be a 3-hour show. We do an entire show of this. This is all we do. We do deep dives. Today it's Memorial Day, so we've got a lot going on. So we'll move along a little bit, but we like to give the salutes to everybody. And as my wife's running around in the background, I'm hoping she didn't hear about our whole plan for me to get the pork butt going.
Yeah, sales at Ross. There's a sales at Ross.
There's a sales at Ross. Buy none, get one free. I'm telling you, it was a deal. They would only take cash, so I don't have a receipt.
Look at all the money I saved. All this stuff was 30-40% off.
First to fight for the right and to build the nation's might, and the army goes rolling along. Proud of all we have done, fighting till the battle's won, and the army goes rolling along. And it's right, the army's on its way. Proud of the brave, solid and strong. For wherever we go, you will always know that the army goes rolling along.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball's Salute to Service Special, a compilation from our Armchair Quarterback Radio Show, which aired for 8 years on CBS Sports affiliates before changing to Braves Country. It's a compilation of shows that are going over some of our more famous athletes who served our country as well. Happy Memorial Day to everyone out there, and thank you for your service.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
So who's number one on your list?
No disrespect to any of them that didn't make it. These are just four that, to me, brought me joy, and I enjoyed learning about them over the years as we've covered them. And my first one's Bob Feller. He's currently the oldest living Hall of Famer. He actually, in 1946, threw a 107-mile-an-hour fastball, second fastest pitch ever recorded. He was the first major leaguer to volunteer for active duty and enlisted in the Navy just 2 days after the attack on Pearl Harbor. Prior to his enlistment, he was arguably the best pitcher in the major league. He had already amassed 107 wins and led the American League in both wins and strikeouts the previous 3 seasons before the war. He returned to pitch in 1946 after missing 4 seasons, finished his comeback season with 348 strikeouts, a 2.18 ERA, and 36 complete games. I repeat, 36 complete games. That's Bob Feller.
It's pretty amazing. The first one I'm going to go to is Jackie Robinson. He was assigned to the Army unit, a segregated Army unit, after being drafted in 1942. Jackie Robinson subsequently was accepted in the officer candidate school and commissioned as a second lieutenant. He was later court-martialed in 1944 after being taken into custody by military police for refusing to move to the back of an army bus. So this is the precursor to the civil rights movement. He stood by his principles, and later on he would break the color barrier. as we all know. He was acquitted by an all-white panel of officers by the proceedings, kept him from being deployed with his tank battalion, but after being honorably discharged, Robinson signed with a Negro Baseball League team, and in 1947 became the first player to break baseball's America color line when he played with the Dodgers. He was also named the Rookie of the Year. That Rookie of the Year award is now called the Jackie Robinson Award. The second baseman went on to six-time All-Star, 1949 NL MVP, and was a World Series champion of Robinson. And Robinson's famous 42 number is now retired throughout baseball. So that was my first one. Who else you got?
My next one's Rocky Bleier. Rocky's a four-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers. After finishing his rookie season with the Steelers in '68, Bleier was drafted into the Army and volunteered for active duty in Vietnam. In '69, while on patrol, his platoon was ambushed, and he was hit in the leg with with a bullet, and a local or nearby grenade exploded and shot shrapnel into his leg. He later earned the Purple Heart and Bronze Star for his bravery. While he was recovering in an Army hospital, doctors told him he would never play football again. He reported back to the Steelers training camp the year later after being wounded in Vietnam. He couldn't walk without being in constant pain and spent the next 2 years trying to earn an active duty spot on the roster. The Steelers even waived him twice. His tenacity and off-season workouts helped him overcome his war wounds, and he earned an active spot on the roster in '74. In 1976, him and teammate Franco Harris rushed for 1,000 yards each and became the second tandem in history at that time to ever rush for 1,000 yards out of the backfield. Mercury Morris and Larry Zonker were the other two.
You know, with him, I grew up knowing about Rocky Bleier as a great running back. I don't ever remember anyone ever mentioning, until we started doing this, I don't ever remember them mentioning his service. And I can always see why he's high up on your list. It's just amazing. And maybe I was just oblivious because I was younger, or maybe it just wasn't well documented. I don't know. But until we started doing this, I didn't know this about a lot of the athletes. It's one of my favorite shows we do of the year because obviously the Veterans Day show is the big one where we do this deep dive for the entire show. But it's one of my favorite things because I think it gives listeners a better appreciation for what these men do. And some of this stuff will get us choked up. Like I've had to fight back tears several times, even though I've read the thing 2 or 3 times before I go on air, right? I'll still get choked up when you read some of this stuff. My number 2 is Christy Mathewson. Christy Mathewson, with the use of poisonous gas, a major concern for soldiers in World War I, the U.S. Army's Chemical Corps became a high-profile unit, which is where Christy Mathewson served. It was in this division that Mathewson served after his baseball career. In 1918, Mathewson enlisted and was sent to France, where he was accidentally gassed and developed tuberculosis. He died in 1925. Now, he had every intention of coming back and playing much longer. But when he came back, his evidently he had a hard time breathing, et cetera, et cetera. You can imagine what tuberculosis did. And back then, they didn't have all the regulations that they have in wartime like they do now. They had developed poisonous gas, and they were using on it. I mean, it was a terrible thing that the Germans were doing back then. But Christy Mathewson, no pun intended, took one for the U.S. team and got in there, but essentially gave his life. And I've always respected that because a lot of people also don't understand. Christy Mathewson is one of the greatest pitchers to ever play the game. Christy Mathewson finished with 373 wins, a 2.13 ERA, 2,500 strikeouts, back in a time where strikeouts did not happen. By the time, the Nolan Ryans and the Roger Clemens came around and they're hitting all these strikeout marks, and you're like, man, they strike them out a lot better than they used to. It's not that they were throwing faster. The key to the game back then was not to get struck out. everyone went out of their way to make contact with the baseball. You were embarrassed. I even remember when I was growing up, it used to be a thing, and now it's no longer, no one cares anymore. But you used to be embarrassed to have to walk back to the dugout after a strikeout. So he played for the New York Giants from 1900 to 1916, and then he played with the famed Cincinnati Red Stockings from 16 to 18. He was on that Cincinnati team that that beat the Chi Sox. He's two-time World Series champion, two-time Triple Crown winner, NL wins leader 4 times, 5-time NL ERA leader, and 5-time strikeout leader. He pitched 2 no-hitters. 373 wins, he probably would have had up around 425-ish if he hadn't have gotten poisoned. What's your number 3?
My number 3 is just one of my favorite veterans to ever play the game, and that's Ted Williams. Teddy Ballgame, whatever you want to refer to him as, arguably the greatest hitter in Major League Baseball history. He hit 406 in 1941, the last time anybody's ever hit over 400. Williams, a veteran of 2 branches of the military, the Navy and Marine Corps, and a veteran of 2 wars, World War II and the Korean War. World War II, he served as a Navy flight instructor and never saw active duty. During the Korean War, Williams threw 39 successful combat missions for the Marine Corps. On one such mission, his plane suffered anti-aircraft fire that crippled his electrical systems and hydraulics, but he managed to fly the damaged plane back to an air base close to the front lines. For this, he was awarded the Air Medal. He lost a total of 5 seasons to military service for his country. And then the rest of the world, we just speculate what could have been had he not. But I'm so thankful that Ted did serve, and for that, I salute him.
Yeah, I think it's been well documented what Ted has done. I just don't think a lot of people have grasped what his numbers could have been, because that was right in the prime of his career both times. And
absolutely,
to think that, I mean, first of all, he would have been at least number 2 all time in home runs when he retired. Obviously, Hank Aaron passed later on down the road, but he most definitely would have beaten Willie Mays' numbers, and he might have beaten Babe Ruth. In fact, I was reading up on this yesterday, and he said that one of the things that touched him the most was that Babe Ruth made a comment to him very early in his career. Very early, Babe Ruth said to him, "You're one of the best I've ever seen, and if anyone breaks my record, I hope it's you." And he said that he wore that as a badge of honor his entire career. That with Babe Ruth thought that I was one of the greatest ever. That had to have meant something, right?
Just, man, a quote like that, just letting it all sink in.
Yeah, ghosts talking to ghosts, and here you think about it. It was 100 years ago this coming fall that Babe Ruth was traded to the New York Yankees for no net. It's all about that Broadway show up there in Boston. I love poking Red Sox fans about that. My next one is Jack Loomis. After playing in 9 games for the New York Giants as a rookie defensive end, Jack Loomis enlisted in the Marine Corps in 1942, the first wave of troops to land on Iwo Jima in 1945 was his platoon. He remained on the island after the initial day to continue to battle the Japanese. Commanding Company E's 3rd Rifle Platoon march. On March 8th, Loomis was helped knock off 3 enemy strongholds despite suffering injuries from grenade shrapnel before being mortally wounded by a landmine while saving 2 others. Before dying, he famously told the field doctor, "Well, Doc, the New York Giants lost a hell of an end today." Loomis was awarded the Medal of Honor. What's your number 4?
Well, my number 4 is I'm going to come full circle with Memorial Day and talk about the baddest dude on the planet, Mr. Pat Tillman. He was an enigma, and especially in today's age of prima donnas and athletes that are chasing dollars and fame. Pat turned that down. He actually did the unimaginable. After the September 11th terrorist attacks on the Twin Towers, Tillman turned down a multi-million-dollar contract with the Cardinals to enlist in the Army. Him and his brother, who was an aspiring baseball player, both became Army Rangers and went down to Fort Benning, Georgia. They did multiple tours of combat in Iraq and Afghanistan. Tragically, Tillman was killed over in Afghanistan and paid the ultimate price, and that is what we need to keep in mind this Memorial Day, is these guys and their sacrifices and what they've done for our country. And Pat Tillman, I thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he's probably one of the most talked about ones. When we do Veterans Day, we have people send theirs in as well. And Pat Tillman's usually the number one for obvious reasons. It's this generation.
It is, and that's the reason my list is the way it was. I didn't want to memorialize anyone but for Tillman. Man, just the unselfishness in an individual for anybody that signs up for that kind of duty, but to be in the walk of life that he was in and the situations and the income, and to just put it all aside and do what he felt was necessary.
Well, if you think about it, he did what Ted Williams did. And a lot of them did in World War II. World War II was commonplace. When Tillman did it, everyone was like, what are you, nuts? Because this has become a me society. Pat Tillman put his country first. If Pat Tillman would have done that in the 1940s, nothing would have been thought of it, because several guys did it, right?
Yeah, that's true. It wouldn't have even been talked about as much. I mean, obviously, just like Loomis, it would have been brought up, and we would still talk about it, but it wouldn't have been as big a deal.
Bob Kalsu is my last one. He's the only professional football player to lose his life in the Vietnam War. Kalsu was killed on July 21st, 1970, after his unit came under enemy mortar fire just hours after his wife gave birth to their second child. That part always gets to me. She was informed of her husband's death. In addition to being an All-American tackle at University of Oklahoma, Kalsu was also in Oklahoma's ROTC. To satisfy the program's responsibility, Kalsu was sent to Vietnam in November of '69 as a second lieutenant. Just 1 year earlier, he had been selected by the Buffalo Bills in the 8th round of the draft and started the entire '68 season. Kalsu was named the Buffalo Bills Rookie of the Year in his efforts. And then just a year after entering, he lost his life. One other person that I want to mention, because I couldn't find his info earlier, was Jerry Coleman. And that's because he ended up becoming a Hall of Fame broadcaster, so we can relate to him. Not that we're ever going to be Hall of Fame broadcasters, but...
you speak for yourself over there.
Yeah, well, I am.
I'll sign you an autograph, don't you worry.
Thanks, buddy. But Coleman was the only major league player to have seen combat in 2 major wars. Coleman first postponed the start of his career as a Marine aviator in World War II, and then left baseball to fly in the Korean War, during which he escaped a scary crash. In all, he flew 120 combat missions, was awarded 2 Distinguished Flying Crosses and 13 Air Medals. The Colonel, as they called him, went on to win 4 World Series as a second baseman with the New York Yankees. He then went on to a lengthy broadcasting career, earning an induction to the Broadcasters Wing in the Hall of Fame, the Baseball Hall of Fame in 2005, and in the Radio Hall of Fame in 2007. So I want to make sure I mentioned Jerry Coleman. For some reason, I couldn't find his info a second ago. What's your favorite Memorial Day foods?
It's a big grill out for me. I'm just a hamburger and hot dog guy on Memorial Day weekend.
That's essentially what we're doing. I'll probably bust out some old rib action on the 4th of July. I've been shot down by a couple ideas by the wife already, but Billy and I were talking about ways that I could sneak a pork butt in. So, I'm on a mission now. I don't know, baby. It just showed up. It's free delivery. It was,
I don't know what happened here.
A fan sent it in.
I think one of them drones like flew by and dropped it off. It's just, a mispick on the new delivery service. Sorry.
Billy's suggestion was for me to use the story that it was on sale at Ross's. Dollar Tree. No, baby, this is at the dollar. It's at the dollar store. We got it's $1. Every time Amazon shows up with something for me, I was like, it was free.
They were giving them away down at the station.
What's one of your go-to patriotic songs? Mine's like, especially on a weekend like this, is Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA. God Bless the USA.
That's my go-to.
Does that not just get your blood pumping for some reason?
It does, and I hope they're listening right now. But I actually know people that don't like that song, and I have the argument. How do you even exist in society and not like that song? Is there like a culture of people that really don't like that song?
Dirty Commie Bum, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you what, we've been playing West Cook bands.
Take that, my boss. I hope you're listening.
He's like, I hope you're listening. You're working Memorial Day.
It's going to be interesting in 17 minutes from now, but until then, I'm going to enjoy.
The more and more that I hear it, the West Cook bands. I Stand for the Flag. I really like that song a lot too. It's a really good song, really good patriotic song, and basically it was written about. It's not about whether or not. He wasn't being political. He was basically in the lyrics. If you listen to it, he's just saying, "I stand for the flag because the flag stands for us." And I think it's really well written and really well performed. So. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball's Salute to Service special, a compilation from our Armchair Quarterback Radio Show, which aired for 8 years on CBS Sports affiliates before changing to Braves Country. It's a compilation of shows that are going over some of our more famous athletes who served our country as well. Happy Memorial Day to everyone out there, and thank you for your service.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Well, let's go ahead and dive into Memorial Day weekend. Gave everyone one athlete that they looked up to or whatnot to do for their service. What athlete did you choose today?
And I didn't listen to the first two rounds, but
That's fine.
Pat Tillman is probably going to be one of the top ones.
Even if you're saying someone that someone else has already said, we've got votes going on all of our social media platforms, and he's blowing everyone away right now. For obvious reasons.
It's a cool scene. Just doing what he did, just after 9/11 and all that. Just wanted to give back to his country. So
I can't argue with that. What Justin and I talked about was that if he would have done that in the 1940s, it would not have been looked upon as that great of a deal because they all did it. But what he did at the time that he did in this very selfish society we live in now, to do what he did, turning down all that money, was pretty incredible. I have to agree. My favorite is always going to be Christy Mathewson, just because, well, him and Jerry Coleman, because Jerry Coleman ended up being a Hall of Fame broadcaster for Hall of Fame baseball broadcaster, and he was 4-time World Series winner for the New York Yankees at second base. and served in combat. But Christy Mathewson, he is one of the greatest pitchers of all time. More people talk about Walter Johnson because he had a few more wins than Mathewson, but Mathewson was right there with him. And this is in the dead ball era, so their numbers are a little skewed, but a 2.13 ERA lifetime is pretty incredible. Now, realize scoring just didn't happen much back then because there was a lot of reasons. The number one reason the dead ball era is they did not, what a lot of people don't know about the dead ball is they did not change the baseball out much. And what that led to, by the end of the ball game, you usually were playing with
a dead ball.
Right. It was a ball that was that smacked around. A lot of time it was wobbly. A lot of time it had dirt all over it. It was hard to see. That came to an end, I believe it was 1919 or 1920, when a gentleman came up to the plate and was hit in the temple by one of the balls because he didn't see it. They were playing it around dusk. And the ball was, from all accounts, the ball was essentially gray. And he didn't see it. It killed him instantly right there on the at home plate. And that's what changed. Oh, wow. That's what changed the rules of them saying after every so often. Of course, they upped it now, but at the time they were like, we're new baseball every inning. And then, of course, now it's new baseball almost every pitch. But what led to that directly after that rule was all of a sudden Babe Ruth was slamming home runs out of the building. And so that had a lot to do with why Babe Ruth was out hitting teams. He had the year that he hit 54 home runs, he was out hitting teams. So he was ahead of the curve, don't get me wrong, but a lot of it had to do with the fact that they were actually using real fresh live baseballs. So that's why Mathewson is always one of my favorites, is because it always brings up that kind of conversation. He died because of poisonous gas that he inhaled fighting the Germans in World War I, came back and he developed tuberculosis. So on that happy note.
I know that's interesting.
Yeah, well, on Veterans Day, if you ever want to hear a really good show, Veterans Day, we do deep dives on a lot of players that a lot of people don't know. You know, there are athletes that you know of them. You just had no idea their contribution to society. It's dumbfounding. Every year we find more and more. We've been doing this for about 5 years on Veterans Day. The reason why this is the first time for us doing it on Memorial Day weekend is this is the first time that we've been daily show. And B, a lot of times in the past, we have actually taken a hiatus until about mid-June on the Armchair Quarterbacks to recharge your batteries, so to speak. So we haven't been on in broadcasting during Memorial Day. So this year we decided to do Mount Rushmore and then also get everyone else's opinion. What's your go-to food this weekend for Memorial Day?
Man, probably hamburgers and hot dogs. Just keep it simple.
Yeah, it seems like to be everyone's go-to. I get a little more creative on 4th of July. 4th of July, I'll end up busting out ribs and everything and slow cooking and doing some more old-fashioned barbecue. I might do a pork butt today, but that's pretty simple in my world. I like to really dial it up a little bit when it comes to 4th of July. And
4th of July, I usually try to get around 54, 55 hot dogs, but that's just America.
Well, I can usually knock that out in about 10 minutes. So the key is everyone thinks the key is to drinking water with it. The key is to just not give a crap what you look like afterwards. And so now you have figured out the secrets to my physique.
You are a champion, sir.
I am. Still undefeated. Anywho, back to the rest of the story. One thing I forgot to ask you, do you prefer slaw, macaroni, or potato salad?
Yes.
All three of them just mixed together?
All three, man. I'm a foodie, man. As long as it's good, I want it. What's
your favorite of those three?
A good coleslaw, man.
A
good coleslaw.
Yeah, me too. Especially if I'm putting it on. So I competed in a contest up in New York. This was think this was 2011, summer of 2011. It was somewhere in that area. It's either 11 or 12.
Did they know of the contest?
Well, they did after I left. The guy that I was working for bragged about how he was always the best in the Hamptons for burgers and how buddies of his won this and that. So I joked with them all summer. I said, well, that's because you never had a Southern chef come in there. And they would laugh, whatever, da-da-da-da-da. Well, I gave him such a hard time. This was the boss that owned the restaurant I worked for in the Hamptons. People aren't familiar with the Hamptons. It's eastern Long Island. It's an uppity area. This is where Jerry Seinfeld lives, right? I mean, this is the money of the money. And
he has a horse named Prickly Pete.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. But sincerely, when I lived out there in the Hamptons that summer, all I saw were celebrities. I saw a lot of celebrities when I lived in Nashville and worked in the bar business there. And then I saw like the cream of the crop celebrities when I was out in the Hamptons. These are the people that are the movers and the shakers. I mean, people like Kelly Ripa would walk in and no one even bats an eye because she's not a big enough name. And you're like, really? By the way, she's scary skinny. I mean, she'll freak you out a little bit how skinny she is. I'm really worried about that one. But anyways, she's probably saying, hey, there's this old fat dude. I wonder if he's still alive.
Is there a coleslaw, a mayonnaise-based coleslaw?
Yes. So I won best slaw, best barbecue, and best burger that year. And I mean, it was like a drop the mic moment. But they gave me less than 48 hours to prepare. They walked in, it was like right around 34 hours, I think it was, right for the competition. Said, okay, Big Mouth, if you think you can beat us, be out there Saturday morning, da-da-da-da-da-da. I was like, I got to work all day today. This is a Friday, right? I was like, I got to work all day. They're like, so? You said you're the best? I was like, oh, I see what you did. That's okay. So when I got off work that night, that's what I did. I started cooking my pork butts, slow cooked it, and then I put my burgers together, and I put my slaw together that next morning, went out there and won all 3 medals. I mean, it was like a drop the mic. I gave him so much crap the rest of the summer. It was awesome. This is right before 4th of July weekend, and I was there until the end of Labor Day. So you can imagine.
I'm sure you weren't quiet.
I was not. He'd come in, he owned the place. He'd come in and say something about, hey, did we get the shipment of fish in yet? I was like, no, but I know what we did do. We won 3 medals 4 weeks ago. Anytime I could slide it in there, it would be a thing.
I just, with Memorial Day and being on a sports show, I just wanted to give a shout out to a great player who died in Vietnam in 1970. His name was Bob Katu. He was Rookie of the Year for the Buffalo Bills back in 1969. His brother went to Vietnam, and he joined them. He died in action in 1970, and that's who I wanted to give a shout out to him, remember him, and a shout out to his family on this upcoming Memorial Day.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball's Salute to Service special, a compilation from our Armchair Quarterback Radio Show, which aired for 8 years on CBS Sports affiliates before changing to Braves Country. It's a compilation of shows that are going over some of our more famous athletes who served our country as well. Happy Memorial Day to everyone out there, and thank you for your service.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hello, welcome to the Armchair Quarterbacks. This is our Veterans Day special.
Because he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hi, I'm Mac McGee sitting alongside Justin Waller, and we are the Armchair Quarterbacks. We are doing a very special edition of the Armchair Quarterbacks tonight. We're going to do a special Veterans Day edition, and what that means is we're going to dive into several athletes that you may or may not know their background that have served for our great country. So crack yourself a cold one, pull up a chair, kick up your feet. This isn't about deciding who's going to win or lose this weekend. This is about respecting our veterans. Give a special thanks to all the veterans, the ones that are currently in harm's way, the ones that are enlisted, anyone that has served, any veterans of foreign war, everybody that has ever put on a United States military uniform. Welcoming on to the show is Justin Waller. Justin, how are you?
Doing good, Mac. Excited for this great Veteran Day show we got planned and ready to get into it.
Yeah, I think people are going to like it. We did this a couple of years ago, and it continues to be one of our favorite shows that we've ever done. We didn't get into it last year because there were some technical problems that week. But it's back, and we're trying to make this an annual event, and I think you're going to like what we have in store for you. We are going to spend the next hour or so talking nothing but our U.S. soldiers, our military in general, and also the history behind some of the athletes that have played some of our great games and have defended our great country. Okay, without further ado, Mr. Waller, why don't you take it away with Pat Tillman.
First of all, I just want to salute all of our vets out there. Thank you for what you do. This country is nothing without you guys. I appreciate it, and just thank you, man. For those of you out there listening, on Veterans Day, I think you should do it more than just Veterans Day, but make sure you say thank you to a vet tomorrow. If you see one walking around, man, just grab their hand. It's easy, and just say thank you for your service. I mean, it's not like you got to go anything more than that, and it'll mean a lot to those guys. So tip your cap to them and just give thanks. But Patrick Daniel Tillman was a professional player in the NFL who actually left his sports career in the middle to join the United States Army in the aftermath of the September 11th attacks. He started his college career as a linebacker for Arizona State University in '94. He actually secured the last remaining scholarship for the team. He excelled as a linebacker at Arizona State when actually he was small for his position at 5'11". As a junior, he helped his team to go undefeated that season and make it to the Rose Bowl that year. In '97, he was voted Pac-10 Defensive Player of the Year. Academically, Tillman majored in marketing and graduated 3.5 years on a 3.85 GPA. In the 1998 draft, Tillman was selected at the 226th pick by the Arizona Cardinals. At that time, he moved over to play safety for the Cardinals and started 10 of 16 games his rookie season. One of the great things about Tillman that I find interesting is that his loyalty and dedication for what he had with his moral compass is just unheard of. And I wish we had more athletes that carried themselves this way. He actually turned down a 5-year, $9 million contract offer from the St. Louis Rams just out of loyalty for the Cardinals. He finished his career with a total of 238 tackles, 2.5 sacks, 3 interceptions for 37 yards, 3 forced fumbles, 12 pass deflections, and 3 fumble recoveries in a 60 career game. In May 2002, 8 months after the September 11th attacks, after completing the 15 remaining games of the 2001 season which followed the attacks, Tillman turned down a contract offer of $3.6 million over the next 3 years from the Cardinals to go enlist in the U.S. Army. Tillman and his brother Kevin enlisted on May 31st, 2002. His brother Kevin actually gave up the chance of a career in baseball, who had already signed with the Cleveland Indians. I mean, what siblings? Both of them are pro athletes making millions of dollars and just walk away from it to go serve. In September 2002, they completed basic training together. The two brothers completed the Ranger program in late 2002 and were assigned to the 2nd Ranger Battalion in Fort Lewis, Washington. After participating in the initial invasion of Operation Iraqi Freedom in September 2003, they entered Ranger School at Fort Benning, Georgia, and both graduated that following November of 2003. Tillman was then redeployed to Afghanistan, and on April 22nd, 2004, he was initially reported to have been killed by enemy combatants and actually turned out to have been friendly fire, but that is not a part of the story. The main thing to know about Pat Tillman is the man and his sibling, I include Kevin in this, they walked away from major league careers in 2 different sports, millions of dollars, to go fight for their country post 9/11 and paid the ultimate sacrifice. And that is Pat Tillman.
Yeah, got to give him a big salute. And for those of y'all that aren't old enough to have remembered that time, it was a very emotional time when you saw those towers fall. A lot of people might wonder, why would you leave a great high-paying job in the National Football League to go defend your country? There was a rush of emotion and nationalism that took over this country for a little while that unfortunately has since faded right after the falling of those towers, that I'll never forget. I was a little too old at the time to be able to just jump in there and join in, but I was honestly thinking about it. I got talked out of it by my family, but when you saw those towers fall, I mean, it really hit home for a lot of people, and I can totally understand why he did what he did. Okay, the next guy up is Ted Williams, 17-time All-Star. Just wrap your head around that. 17-time All-Star. A 2-time recipient of the AL MVP award, 6-time batting champion, 2-time Triple Crown winner. What? Hard enough to win one of those suckers. He won that sucker twice. He finished his playing career with a .344 batting average, which is still, I believe, top 6 all-time. Memory serves me correct. I know Ty Cobb is number 1 with .367. He's up there in the top 6 or 7 of all time. 521 home runs. He did that back when 500-run plateau was something to behold. There was a long period of time where he was the number 3 home run hitter of all time. And a lot of people don't realize that because then we hit the steroid era and there's kind of gets misconstrued. But for argument's sake, along with the 42 on-base percentage, you want to talk about all these analytics and whatnot, you throw his numbers in at these analytic nerds, they just jaw drop. Bang for the buck, my opinion, Ted Williams is the greatest hitter of all time. The only one else that can be in the conversation is Babe Ruth, and it really depends on what you consider the greatest. But I've always considered.
I'll agree. Ted Williams has got my nod too.
He's the greatest hitter. Babe Ruth's the greatest player of all time. His batting average is the highest of any MLB player with 302 or more home runs. Born and raised in San Diego, joined the Red Sox in 1939. He immediately emerges as one of the sport's best hitters. And in the 1941, this is right before World War II really took off. Remember, World War II was, for all intents and purposes, we were dragged into it December 1st, 1947, when they bombed Pearl Harbor. So at the end of the 41 season, Williams posted a .406 batting average, making him the last Major League Baseball player to hit 400 in a season. There was the 406 batting average, and no one's done it since then, and that was before World War II. So think about that. Think about how hard that is. He followed it up by winning his first Triple Crown in 42. And then Williams' career was interrupted in 43 to serve 3 years in the U.S. Navy Marine Corps during World War II. Upon returning to MLB in 46, Williams won his first AL MVP award. So basically, when he was in the Marines, in the Navy, he was a fighter pilot. So he basically got out of the he got out of the cockpit and walked over and got himself an AL MVP award. I mean, it was just like that. It's incredible what the man did. In 47, he won his second Triple Crown. Williams returned to active military duty for portions of the 52 and 53 seasons to serve as a Marine combat aviator in the Korean War. In 57 and 58, at ages 39 and 40, he was the AL batting champion for the fifth and sixth time. Williams retired in 1960, inducted into the Hall of Fame in 66 in his first year of eligibility. Williams managed the Senators and Rangers franchise from 69 to 72, and after that became one avid fisherman and pretty much did that for the rest of his life. In 1991, George H.W. Bush presented Williams with the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian award bestowed by the U.S. government. He was selected for the Major League Baseball all-time team in 97 and the MLB All-Century team in 99. And let me tell you something. When they came out on the field in 99 for the All-Century team, now this was the best of the best that were still living. Both current players and then, of course, retired players. Everybody circled the wheelchair of Ted Williams. That's how you know you're not just a good player. You're not just a great player. You're not an all-timer. You're not a legend. Ted Williams was a god. I mean, that's all there is to it. And when your peers are in awe of you, that tells you something that you're doing something right. The U.S. Navy and Marine Corps in 42, Williams was drafted into the military, being put into Class 1A. A friend of Williams suggested that Williams see the advisor for the governor's selective service appeal agent, since Williams was the sole support of his mother, arguing that Williams should not have been placed in Class 1A, and said Williams should be reclassified to 3A. The attorney took the case to the appeals board and rejected the case. Angry, the attorney took the case to the president's board. Williams was reclassified to 3A 10 days later. Afterwards, the public reaction was extremely negative. Quaker Oats stopped sponsoring Williams, and Williams, who was previously had eaten Quaker Oats products all time since. Sorry, something doesn't make sense here. Anyways, despite the trouble with the draft board, Williams had a new salary of $30,000 in 1942. Williams won the Triple Crown with a .356 batting average, 36 home runs, 137 RBIs. He was the third Red Sox player to hit 100 home runs with the team, following his teammates Jimmy Fox and Joe Cronin. Despite winning the Triple Crown, Williams came in second in the MVP voting, losing to Joe Gordon of the Yankees. Williams felt that he should have gotten a little more consideration. I mean, that's a little ridiculous. You win the Triple Crown and you don't get the MVP. Tell me there's not a Yankee bias out there somewhere. I mean, come on. Come on. The Triple Crown? What else can you do?
It's perfect games, I guess. I don't know that you can add to that. You win the Triple Crown, you should be MVP.
Yeah, and I don't want to hear about how, because back then only 2 teams made the playoffs anyway. So you can't say, well, this team to make the playoffs, because that's a ridiculous statement in itself. And if you win the Triple Crown, I don't care if your team didn't win a single freaking game. You're still the MVP. Not your fault. You go out there and rake over 300, hit freaking 40 bombs, and I'm guessing around, what was it, the 140 mark in RBIs. That's not your fault. But anyways, to wrap this up with Ted Williams, the biggest thing that I always remember about Ted Williams is he said that when he was growing up, what motivated him was, since he was, I think he said 8 years old was the first time that it motivated him, is that he wanted people to be able to walk down the street and point at him and go, there's Ted Williams, the best damn hitter that ever lived. And I'm pretty sure he accomplished that goal. If he's not the best, he's right there. There's only a few that you could even argue, but top to bottom, average, power, everything. And the guy lost 5 of his peak seasons of his career to WAR. There's no telling what kind of numbers he would have put up. I guarantee you his home run number would have creeped up very, very close to Babe Ruth. Because you're talking about, he finished with 521. Ruth was just under 200. And that was right in the heart of his career. He was hitting 35 to 40 home runs. I mean, you do the math, he would have been right there. 5 years. 5 years at 40 home runs. I mean, that's 200 more home runs right there. I mean, that's right there at the 714 mark.
I mean, he still has records that people would be chasing, but if he played those 5 years, he might have some uncatchable records. Like Cal Ripken's streak kind of record. You're not touching that for a very, 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 very long time, if it ever gets touched.
And considering, you're big time when, like I was talking about before, when the greats of the greats are surrounding you. I mean, we're talking about, I remember it was, I distinctly remember it was McGuire and Sosa and Jeter, and they were all surrounding his wheelchair, and they were all talking to him. And he always had this question that he would ask hitters. I heard this the other day, and he would ask him, do you ever smell the wood burn? And he said that if a guy told him he didn't know what he was talking about, then the guy wasn't a great hitter. He said, but if the guy did know what he was talking about, then he knew that he was a great hitter. And to a man, and I'm trying to remember who it was, but there was a lower rank player, and it was one of those journeyman type players that ended up going to broadcasting because he was telling the story. And so anyways, it was Ted Williams, Tony Gwynn. There was a third great hitter, and I want to say, I may not be doing this story justice, but I want to say it was McGuire. And the three of them, plus this guy who was interviewing them, they were all talking, and he brought that up. Do you ever smell the wood burn? And the guy said, I don't ever smell the wood burn. When Williams looked at the other guys and said, yeah, he wouldn't.
And that's not something you can come back from, because Ted Williams says something about hitting, you just shut up and listen.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't come back from that one.
The story I definitely do remember, it was Tony Gwynn telling the story. He was broadcasting one night and happened to catch it before Tony passed. And he said that he was talking to Williams one night at a function. I'm going to guess it was a Hall of Fame function. And Williams was talking to him. This is still when Gwynn was playing. So late 80s-ish, mid to late 80s. And Williams asked Gwynn, do you how are you hitting that inside fastball? And Gwynn said something like, well, I don't really focus on that. He goes, that's the key for left-handed hitter is you've got to hit that inside fastball. You've got to let them know that you can hit that out of the park. And Gwynn went to argue with him. This is pretty early in Gwynn's career. Went to argue with him and said, Ted, I'm not the same hitter you are. I'm not looking for the inside fastball to yank it out of the stadium. I'm looking for, this and that. And I'm trying to, and Williams, I guess, got kind of heated with him because it doesn't matter. Can you hit the inside fastball out of the park? Because if you can do whatever the hell you want to. So I guess I guess they got kind of heated because Gwynn was like, you don't know what you're talking about. And Ted Williams, the same reaction. So here's the funny thing. The very next season, Gwynn's playing. And Gwynn said he starts noticing after having that conversation with Ted, he hit about 3 or 4 home runs that year with inside fastballs that were coming in. He was raking them out of the park. So the next time he runs into Williams later on that summer, or whatever it was, he said he couldn't wait to come to him. He come running up to him. He said, Ted. And he said, Williams turned around and looked at him and said, you finally learned how to hit that damn inside fastball, didn't you? It's like you said, you don't argue hitting with Ted Williams. I mean, that's like, that's like arguing any kind of anything with Einstein.
I mean, kids to this day are still dreaming from Little League all the way up to they want to bat 406. They want to bat Ted Williams numbers. I mean, that you just can't argue that best hitter.
That hit will.
And I agree with you. Could be up there in the talk of player. I mean, I agree that I think Ruth has got to be that, but man, what it could have been, which I'm glad he did serve. That's, thank you for that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But as a sports fan, you just wonder if you had those 5 years, how big could those numbers have been?
And as only Ted Williams could do, he finished his career, his last at bat in Fenway Park with the home run. Not to mention the year that he hit 406. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I do remember he went into that day hitting 399.6 something. Anyways, it would have rounded out to be a 400. And the Red Sox manager gave him the opportunity to sit the day out. They were playing a doubleheader. I want to say against Detroit, but I don't remember who they were playing. And Ted Williams told the manager, no, I'm going to play. He said, man, if you don't play, they're going to round it out. You will be a 400 season. And Ted Williams told him, to hell with that. I either hit 400 or I didn't hit 400, but we're going to find out today. Williams went out and went 6 for 8 in that doubleheader, and that's how he ended up at 406. That's clutch. Okay, what you got next? Is that Rocky Blyer time?
It is Rocky Blyer time. Did you know, I'd like to be a little part of this family. They're from Appleton, Wisconsin. Mom and Dad owns a tavern, and they live above it. Could you imagine that growing up? Just hey, Mac, let's run downstairs and grab some breakfast.
I think I lived that growing up. What are you talking about? Last name's McGee. Anyways, go ahead.
Robert Patrick Rocky Blyer. NFL halfback for the Pittsburgh Steelers from 1968, and then again from 71 to 1980. Blyer played his college football at the University of Notre Dame in South Bend, Indiana, and graduated in 68 with a degree in business management. During his junior season in 66, the Fighting Irish won the national championship, and he was the team captain as a senior in 67. He was selected in the 16th round of the '68 draft by the Pittsburgh Steelers, number 417 overall. After his rookie season with the Steelers, Blyer was drafted to the U.S. Army in December 1968 during the Vietnam War. He volunteered for duty in the South Vietnam and shipped out for Vietnam in May '69 and was assigned to the C Company, 4th Battalion, 31st Infantry, and assigned as a squad grenadier operating a 44mm M79 grenade launcher. On August 20th, while on patrol out in Heat Duke, Blyer was wounded in the left thigh by an enemy rifle bullet when his platoon was ambushed crossing a rice field. While he was down, an enemy grenade landed nearby after bouncing off a fellow soldier, sending shrapnel into his lower right leg. He lost part of his right foot in the blast and was later awarded the Bronze Star and Purple Heart. While he was recovering in a hospital in Tokyo, doctors told him that he could not play football ever again. Soon after that, he received a postcard from Steelers owner Art Rooney, which read, "Rock, the team's not doing well. We need you, Art Rooney." When asked about it later, Blyer said, "When you have somebody that takes the time and interest to send you a postcard, something that they didn't have to do, you have a special place for those kind of people." After several surgeries, he was discharged from the military in July 1970 and began informal workouts with the Steelers. He rejoined them in camp in 1970. Upon his return, he couldn't walk without being in pain and only weighed 180 pounds. He was put on IR for the season, but returned in '71 and played on special teams. He spent several seasons trying to get increased playing time and was waived on 2 different occasions. But Blyer never gave up and said that he worked so hard, and to quote him, that he worked so hard that sometime in the future you didn't have to ask yourself, what if? An off-season training regimen brought Blyer back to 212 pounds in the summer of '74, and he earned a spot in the Steelers starting lineup. Since Preston Pearson was wearing the number 26, that was the number Blyer wore his rookie season before he went to Vietnam, Blyer switched to the number 20 when he returned back to the starting lineup. After Pearson was traded to the Cowboys in '75, Blyer kept the number 20, which he had already become associated with. In addition to being a great lead blocker, Blyer was also the second of the Steelers' rushing weapons. Franco Harris was their primary back, and Blyer was the second option. Both were effective nonetheless at both blocking and rushing. In '76, both Harris and Blyer rushed for over 1,000 yards, making this the second NFL duo to accomplish this feat after Morris and Larry Zonka of the '72 Dolphins. Blyer played in the first 4 Steelers Super Bowl victories and caught the touchdown pass from Terry Bradshaw that gave Pittsburgh a lead it would never surrender. He also recovered Dallas's onside kick on the closing seconds, sealing the Steelers' victory. Blyer retired after the 1980 season with 3,865 rushing yards, 136 receptions for 1,294 yards and 25 touchdowns. At the time of his retirement, he was the Steelers' 4th all-time leading rusher. Got tongue twisted there. 4th all-time leading rusher. I still can't say it.
He run real good.
That is, yeah. He ran good for the Iron Curtain.
I just ran.
Yeah.
Those 4 years of college will sure do go by fast. Yeah, I mean, Rocky Blyer, I can remember he was retiring as I was just first starting to watch football. So he's really more of a name that I knew growing up as opposed to really remembering him play. I saw him towards the tail end because it was him and Bradshaw towards the tail end of his career. But Rocky Blyer, I mean, he was a name in the NFL. He was every bit of a name as a running back in the NFL as Marshawn Lynch was. I think that's a fairly good analogy, and for the right reasons, not for the goofy stuff that Marshawn Lynch did. I'm talking about as far as being just a really good running back.
Yeah, I mean, just the heart that he had to come back. You know, I mean, he was wounded in action, lost part of his foot, come back, was cut twice, couldn't even make the practice squad, played in special teams, and wouldn't give up. And he put a lot of that to Art Roney, mailing him a postcard while he was over there wounded. And it was just like, you know, he didn't have to do it, and I'm going to go out here and give my all. And he eventually worked himself back to a starting position. And, I mean, to be in that backfield with Blanco and both of you have 1,000 yards, that's a great accomplishment.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it was, and I mean, he was. Let's be honest. He was on one of the greatest teams of all time. I mean, the Steel Curtain of the '70s. They're still highly revered. Okay, I got some more rapid fire ones. I'm gonna try to knock out one, and then I'm trying to knock two of these out before the top of the hour, and then when we come back, we'll get into your Art Donovan and Joe DiMaggio. I think one of the ones that I want to make sure that we hit this guy up, because I know he's near and dear to your heart, and I don't believe we talked about him on the first Veterans Day show we did a couple years ago. But Ahmad Hall of the played for the Tennessee Titans. After graduating from high school, Hall enlisted in the United States Marine Corps from 1998 to 2002 as a field radio operator, a sergeant with a tour of duty in Afghanistan under his belt. He then enrolled at the University of Texas. Once his time in the military ended, he walked onto the Texas football team as a fullback and was on the national championship team when Texas beat Southern Cal, the famous Vince Young team. He was on that field. Although he was not drafted, Hall eventually signed with the Tennessee Titans in 2006 and played 14 games in his rookie year and actually had a pretty decent career in the NFL. But when he was with the Tennessee Titans, I know he was always a crowd favorite. And if you go onto our Facebook page and you see our updated profile picture, the guy running onto the field with the flag in his hand, and could say it high-fiving, he's really low-fiving a soldier as he's running out on the field. That's Ahmad Hall.
Yeah. I mean, he was a bruiser too. He was a Jeff Fisher back, was he not? I mean, in that system, he wasn't the superstar on the team, but you knew when you got done playing a game with him lining up across from you, because he would run you over.
Yeah, and he actually played for the Titans from 2006 to 2011. So he wasn't a flash in the pan. I mean, he's that's a good little.
To be quite honest, that team's been missing an Ahmad Hall. We've been looking for it.
Well, it says here he's only 36, so someone needs to give him a call. He was the guy that what was the fullback's name that went out there and blocked for that left the Titans and went out there and blocked for LT out there in San Diego? What was that tight end? I mean, I said tight end. The fullback for the Titans. Do you remember who I'm talking about?
I do, but you're going to hit me with it on air, so I'm just going to crickets.
Anyways, at the time, he was looked upon as the best in the game, but Hall basically took his spot. Man, that's going to drive me nuts till I think of his name. It was a great fullback, but and of course Hall did more than just played fullback. He also played quite a bit of special teams and whatnot too for the Titans. But anyways, that's Ahmad Hall, and he was always a crowd favorite. And whatever he's doing now, I hope he's doing well. And once again, thank you for your service. Here is I think fairly unknown, famous in the sports world, but I don't think a lot of people knew that he served. Mr. Tom Landry of the Dallas Cowboys. He was the head coach of the Cowboys. He was the one that started the whole America's team. He's the one that, if you ever see the old pictures, walk around in the houndstooth cap. I mean, look just like the kind of cap that Bear Bryant wore. So even though he was best known for his success as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Tom Landry was also a Pro Bowl selection player with the New York Giants as a player. And then Landry also played at the University of Texas, once again, another Texas guy. But his college experience was interrupted by World War II in the U.S. Air Force. A lot of these guys that we've done over the past, we're not Air Force guys, so I figured it's about time that we pick an Air Force guy. Assigned to the 860th Bomb Squadron as a co-pilot in a B-17 flying Fortress bomber, Landry served 30 combat missions and once survived a crash landing after his plane ran out of fuel in the Pacific. So that's Tom Landry, and I don't think a lot of people realize what that he actually had a pretty nice military career along with Hall of Fame head coach, and realistically, the reason why the Dallas Cowboys are America's team to this day.
Tom Landry.
You do remember Landry, right?
Yeah, I'm old enough to remember Tom Landry.
Okay. I know he was, when was his last year? Probably 89. That was right around the time that Jimmy Johnson took over. 89 was probably Jimmy Johnson's first year, so I guess his last year was 88. But he was iconic. When he was given the axe, it was a bummer. It really was. Yeah, the one thing that I liked about Tom Landry, even though I was never a Cowboy fan, although ironically the first jersey I ever owned was not Emmitt Smith. Jesus, I can't believe I just said Emmitt Smith. Tony Dorsett jersey was the very first jersey I ever owned, and it was basically because I had choice between that and I don't remember what the other ones was. But we were in a store. My mom told me which one do I want. I wanted Tony Dorsett because I knew who he was, kind of thing. But what always stuck out with me with Landry in the Cowboys was he was very innovative. When they talk about Bill Walsh and all these other guys being innovative on offense, he was extremely innovative. He was the kind of guy that would come up with any kind of a trick play. He was constantly, he was the king of the flea flickers and the reverses and the hook and laterals and all that stuff. Tom Landry's Dallas Cowboy teams were fun to watch. So not only did they win, they were exciting, and I think that's why they became America's team.
He was playing chess when everybody else was playing checkers. That's the kind of coach he was. I mean, he could beat you with a game plan and execute it. And he had a way to get that across to his players. Because, I mean, anybody can draw those plays up, but to know when to play them, when to use them, and to be able to have your players execute them, the man was playing chess. And that was Landry.
Now that we're sitting here talking about it, life's come full circle. I think I'm going to have to go out and find me an old Tony Dorsett jersey.
Hey, man, I still rock the old Merino jersey. I catch heck for it, too, because it's the old 3/4 length sleeve. The way jerseys used to be. So, yeah, I'm all in it. Go get you that old school jersey.
Oh, yeah, I still have my Merino old school jersey. You know what kind of old school jersey I have in Merino? They didn't make these for very long, but, man, I wish they would because they were really killer. I have the reversible jerseys of the damn Merino. And they did not make those for very long, but, man, I'll tell you what, not only are they comfortable, because, first of all, they're warm because they're double knitted, right? But I love that thing, and I wear it every single fantasy draft day. That's the only time that I bust that sucker out. But every year I bust that sucker out. You laugh, man.
Wear it every day.
But it's sharp.
Wear it every day.
It's
Nobody
sharp,
ever
baby.
know you never watched it.
Rocking it. And the thing is, the great thing about that thing was that you only had to wash it half as much because if one side got dirty, you just flip that sucker inside out.
And I had to look it up. It was killing me, and you could kick yourself because this is so simple. You know who that fullback was?
Who was it?
Lorenzo Neal.
Ah, yeah, that's how I could not think of his name.
As soon as the L popped up, I said, Lorenzo Neal. How in the world did I ever forget that? But yeah, I mean,
he was a beast.
Just to mention the Hall, I mean, he filled right in very well for a very great fullback.
He, from his blocking, should be in the Hall of Fame. That's my opinion. Okay, we're going to have to take a quick break. Okay, let's get back into it. I'm going to read one off real quick, and then we're going to get into Art Donovan. Let's go. I'm going to go ahead and run down Yogi Berra one time. You can't do one of these shows without doing Yogi Berra. I mean, come on.
Yeah, you got to mention Yogi.
I mean, come on. It's Yogi. Lord knows the whole world misses old Yogi right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would love to hear.
What would Yogi? I would just love to hear what he would say right now. I want to hear one of them Yogi-isms right now.
I bet you he would have had a humdinger for the election. There's no telling what he would have said.
I could do a whole hour on what we think he would
say. Yogi Berra was one of thousands of men who played a role in the D-Day invasion. Legendary New York Yankees catcher Yogi Berra was serving as a gunner's mate while stationed off the coast of Normandy Beach on a U.S. Navy boat that day. Just over a year later, he made his major league debut with the New York Yankees at age 18. So he was 17 years old over in Normandy. Can you imagine me, a 17-year-old kid over there with all the bullets flying? I mean, just terrified. I can just only imagine. Berra was a 10-time World Series champion. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it, Jordan. 10-time champion. A 15-time All-Star and an AL MVP 3 times. He also elevated his name into consideration as possibly the greatest catcher ever. And I'll be honest with you. And by the way, he also happened to win 3 World Series titles as a coach. So he's got 13 world championships. Is that it? Is that all you got? Are you not entertained?
You remember when LeBron said he was going down to Miami, they were going to win not 1, not 2, not 3. Can you imagine Yogi sitting there? He's like, yeah, buddy. Not 8, not 9, not 10, but 13.
Yeah. And mine are real titles. They're called World Series champions.
I mean, I think he's the greatest catcher of all time. I know I covered him on our last show, and Yogi Berra, man, just not even just the athlete of him, but just the person. From what he did as a veteran, as a player, as a coach, as a mentor, and I mean, even up until his death, I mean, you went to Yogi for wisdom. He had those little one-liners, and they were just so simple that they were just genius. And I mean, some of them, I can't come up with any of them off the top of my head right now, just because I'm sitting here trying to think of them. But Yogi Berra was the king of that, and I miss him. I wish we had him right now.
Well, I know one of my favorite Yogi-isms. I can remember he was talking about how busy Manhattan was. And they were asking him about something about if he was going to go somewhere in Manhattan, something, and I don't remember if it was a play or whatever. And he was talking about how busy it was and how hard it was to get a table at this restaurant or whatever it was. And his Yogi, is one of his famous ones, was, well, nobody ever goes there anymore. It's too crowded. If you just think about it, and those are the typical Yogi-isms where they're like double entendres. I mean, they're just funny. I mean, he's the one that coined "It ain't over till it's over." Now, no one thinks about that being funny now, but at the time when he coined that phrase 70, 80 years ago, I mean, that was a funny statement people were laughing, "Oh, it ain't over till it's over." Well, then when is it over? But now it all makes sense to us because it's been said so many times. Now that's a typical thing a sportscaster does in a game when it's a 2-run deficit going into the bottom of the 8th, and they're about to bring in one of their better relievers to keep you locked in. They're going to say it ain't over till it's over. No one laughs about it now, but at the time it was pretty funny stuff.
I just got a quick list of some of them, and obviously it ain't over till it's over. Baseball is 90% mental. The other half is physical. That one's always cracked me up. You can observe a lot by watching. If the world were perfect, it wouldn't be. I like this one about the effect of the sun in left field in the old Yankee Stadium during late season games. It gets late early out there.
Yeah, I was trying to. I thought of that one, but I couldn't remember what he was referring to. I was thinking he was thinking it was like the time change. But yeah, I do remember that one.
This one came from when he was coaching. We made too many wrong mistakes. I mean, just simple ones like that, or during his press conferences. I wish I had an answer to that because I'm tired of answering that question. Yeah, Yogi Berra, gotta love him.
Yeah, he's definitely in the conversation as the top 2 catcher of all time. I still think Johnny Bench is the greatest catcher of all time. But what Yogi did, you can't argue because the simple fact is the 13 championships. So if you're going to measure it by that, sure. But then again, he was on the New York Yankees in the 50s and 60s. One of the greatest dynasties of all time. I mean, he was playing with Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle, Whitey Ford.
That helps.
Yeah. That doesn't suck.
I'll take either one of them in an argument. At least that's who the argument has to be. I'll listen to either side of that argument. Bench was a great player in his own right. I think that's an understatement. Well, let's move into Art Donovan.
Let's do it. I'll tell you what, that was another funny guy too, Art Donovan. But anyways, go ahead.
Arthur James, the Bulldog Donovan. Art Donovan was born June 5th, 1924, and was the son of Arthur Donovan Sr., a boxing referee, and the grandson of Professor Mike Donovan, the world middleweight boxing champion of the 1870s. Art attended Mount St. Mary Michael Academy in the Bronx. He received scholarship to the University of Notre Dame in 1942, but left after one semester to join the United States Marine Corps, enlisting of April of 43. He served 4 years to include service in the Pacific Theater during World War II. He took part in some of the conflict's fiercest engagements, such as the Battle of Luzon and the Battle of Iwo Jima. He also served as an ammo loader on a 40-millimeter gun on the aircraft carrier USS San Jacinto, and as a member of the 3rd Marine Division. He earned citations which included the Asiatic Pacific Campaign Medal and the Philippine Liberation Medal, and would later earn him a place in the U.S. Marine Corps Sports Hall of Fame. He was the first pro football player with that honor. After the war, he completed his college career at Boston College. In each of his first 3 seasons, Donovan played for an NFL team which went out of business. He started with the first Baltimore Colts, who folded after his rookie season in 1950, followed by the New York Yanks in 51 and their successor, the Dallas Texans, in 52. After the Texans franchise was moved to Baltimore in 53 and became the second Baltimore Colts, Donovan played with that team. He became one of the stars in an outstanding defense and was selected to 5 straight Pro Bowls from 53 through 57. The Colts won back-to-back championships in 58 and 59. He was selected to the Man, I cannot speak tonight. Sorry, guys. Sorry, dude. He was selected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 1968. During his career, Donovan played in what many believe was one of the most important games in the NFL history, the 1958 title game between the Colts and the Giants. The contest between the two teams took place December 28, 1958, and ended in a 17-17 tie. Because it was a championship game, it went into overtime, the first NFL game to do so. Donovan made an important tackle during the overtime, stopping the Giants and allowing Johnny Unitas to lead the Colts on an 80-yard scoring drive to win the game. What a career just to be able to play with Johnny Unitas. But to go into college, get drafted, to go into battle, fight at Iwo Jima, I mean, I know for everybody that's big, but for the Marines to be there at Iwo Jima and then come back.
And I mean, what a lot of people probably don't understand is because unless you're a historian of the game, the Baltimore Colts that Art Donovan played on, they were all-time greats. I mean, they were big time.
He was one of 12 Hall of Fame players to take part in that game. 6 of them were Colts.
Still considered the greatest game ever played.
Yeah.
There's famous pictures of that game. What I remember the most about Art Donovan growing up is not only was he in all the Miller Lite commercials, the less filling tastes great commercials, but then later on he was constantly in NFL films. If you watch any NFL film that was made in the 80s, early 90s, he was being interviewed in them. And I mean, he was an absolute riot. I was hoping I could find some of those quotes here, but what I ran into has nothing to do with that. I mean, there's a couple of cute ones here, but I remember him being much funnier. There was one says, I went to college to play football, not to study it. I never met a cold cut I didn't like. This is just random. I don't eat vegetables. I only eat real food like cheeseburgers, Spam, hot dogs, and pizza. Spam's thrown in there. That's dated. But yeah, I just remember Art Donovan just being an absolute riot and just a joy to when you saw him appear in one of these NFL films or whatnot on TV, the room just immediately lit up. And though I've never met the man, he just seemed like he was an absolute joy to be around.
Oh, I didn't get that privilege. I didn't get to see any of his career, just growing up and watching old NFL games and learning the history of the game. I learned about Art Donovan, but one of the quotes at his funeral that I thought was really hilarious was Raymond Berry, his former NFL teammate, was asking him about the war, and talking to him and wanting to know about it. And he just looked at him frankly and said, Raymond, I got shot in the ass at Iwo Jima. That's what happened. I mean, and just into that. I mean, you're not going to mess with the big defensive tackle.
All right, here's a funny one I came across with him. The best way to die is to sit under a tree, eat lots of bologna and salami, drink a case of beer, and then blow up. It's so random.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, man. But I just remember him. I just he had such a great delivery. I just saw one of his quotes, and this is typical, probably because I'm thinking someone had asked him how he was so funny or whatnot. And where's the quote at? It says, I guess telling stories is an art form. I never looked at it that way. I just started talking. Everyone started laughing. So I've been talking and they've been laughing ever since. and that's typical Art Donovan Bronx humor. I mean, he's just down to earth guy. I remember he used to pop up on Johnny Carson's show all the time in the 80s. And unfortunately, we don't have great late night talk show anymore. Late night talk shows anymore. We're stuck with what we have now. Those guys can't hold a candle to what Johnny Carson was doing, and then of course Dave Letterman has also retired. But Art Donovan, man, when you saw him pop up on Johnny Carson's show, you would stay up late just to watch him because he wouldn't even be talking about football. He would be talking about everything else under the sun, but he would just be a riot, and he would have Johnny Carson over there in stitches, just leaning up underneath his desk because he was laughing so hard. But anyways, let's get into a few more of these before we have to switch gears. Here's one right here. Roberto Clemente competed in winter ball from 58 to 59. Clemente decided to choose a different path. He joined the United States Marine Corps Reserves. In addition to playing major leagues, Clemente also continued his reserve service until 1964. The outfielder had an 18-year professional baseball career, winning 2 World Series, 12 Gold Gloves, 12 All-Star selections. A lot of people still consider him one of the greatest players of all time. Clemente's plane went down in Nicaragua while he was doing a humanitarian mission in 1972, delivering aids to earthquake victims. The 5-year waiting period was waived for Clemente, and he was elected into the Hall of Fame the very next year. So if you're not familiar with who Roberto Clemente is, you might want to do a little more reading on him because he is an all-timer. Here's another one we got here. Bob Feller. Just 2 days after Pearl Harbor was attacked, the Cleveland Indians pitcher Bob Feller became the first Major League Baseball player to volunteer for active duty in World War II. Just 2 days. Realize at the time Bob Feller was Clayton Kershaw. After spending 4 years dedicated to the war effort, anti-gun craft captain on the battleship USS Alabama, famous warship, and earning 5 campaign ribbons and 8 battle stars, he returned to baseball. When he retired in 56, after an 18-year professional career, Feller was a World Series champion. Remember, he was on the last Cleveland Indian World Series championship team. An 8-time All-Star, and had earned the baseball's Triple Crown. He won 266 games and struck out 2,600 batters, pitched 3 no-hitters in his career. In 1962, Bob Feller was inducted into the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. Tell us about Joe DiMaggio.
Man, where do you want me to start with Joe? Here we go. 13-time All-Star, 9 times World Series champion, 3-time AL MVP, 2-time AL batting champion, 2-time AL home run leader, 2-time AL RBI leader, MLB record 56-game hitting streak, MLB All-Century team. Joseph Paul Joe DiMaggio, nicknamed Joltin' Joe and the Yankee Clipper. He played his entire 13-year career for the New York Yankees and is perhaps best known for his 56-game hitting streak. DiMaggio was a 3-time MVP winner and an All-Star in each of his 13 seasons. At the time of his retirement, he ranked 5th in career home runs, 361, and 6th in career slugging percentage at 579. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1955 and was voted the sport's greatest living player in a poll taken during the baseball centennial year of 69. His brothers Vince and Dom were also major league center fielders. The other great thing about him was he got founded by his brother, who was out in the, I don't have the team right in front of me, but they were playing out in the Pacific Coast League in the minors. Yeah. And he's like, hey, my brother here can come in and field shortstop, and ended up getting it in and actually had a 61-game hit streak in the PCL, which is a record in itself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not only did he have the 56-game hit streak, he then missed a game and then went on for 13 more games out of that. So that was, 69 out of 70 games he had a base hit?
Yeah, and during that streak, he actually, even though he didn't get a hit in 57, he got a walk. He had 74 consecutive games where he got on base.
Realize that was the summer to be a baseball fan. That was the same season, the same summer that Ted Williams hit 406. It's the same exact season.
Listen to this stat. During DiMaggio's 56 games, he batted .408, walked 21 times, and whiffed just 5 times. He reached base via hit or walk 112 times. Ted Williams was even more impressive. During those same 56 games, Williams played in 55, batted .412, reached base 127 times, 50 times via walk. how could you not love that as a fan? I mean, you're watching a streak of two players going 408 and 412 during 50. I mean, essentially a third of the season. Well, I don't know. Did they? I don't have that. I shouldn't have said that. Did they still play 150 plus games?
It was
back
154 back then.
So still the same. He only struck out 13
154.
times the whole season. Only struck out 369 times in his career.
They didn't go to 162 until 1961. But anyways.
Yeah, so a third of the season, you're watching two of arguably, I mean, and if it wasn't for DiMaggio, if it wasn't for Williams,
that entire
DiMaggio,
summer was engulfed by people watching DiMaggio's streak, and then of course the chase to 400. I mean, it was arguably one of the greatest summers in baseball history. We are running out of time. So, real quick, Jack Loomis, I do want to get him in. We haven't done him before. After playing 9 games for the New York Giants as a rookie Loomis enlisted with the Marine Corps in 1942, the first wave of troops to land at Iwo Jima. He and his platoon remained on the island until the initial day of the battle. He was in Company E. Loomis helped knock out 3 enemy strongholds despite suffering injuries from great grenade shrapnel before being mortally wounded by a landmine. Before dying, Jack Loomis famously looked at the field doctor and said, "Well, Doc, tell the New York Giants they lost one hell of a defensive end today." Loomis died instantly and was awarded the Medal of Honor.
Wow.
Okay, I think that's as good as anywhere to end. We do want to thank our veterans. Make sure to go out and thank your veterans as well this weekend. Buy them a beer. Do something for them. So, Justin, with no further ado, what we do here, y'all, is we grab a handful of names and we kind of let people know what they did in case you didn't know what they did. You probably heard these people's names. You may not have watched them play. They might have been before your time, but you've probably heard their names in sport, and you're like, okay, that's great. They were a good player, but did you know they were a great American? And that's what we're focusing on today. Justin, what you got?
I'm going to discuss Bob Feller. I found an interesting article, military.com, section's called Answering the Call, and it's where men and women who served in the military and then went back home to civilian careers talk about their days in uniforms. And the columnist is actually Bob Feller himself. So he was a legendary pitcher from the Cleveland Indians who interrupted his career in the majors to enlist in the Navy at the start of World War II. As Navy Chief Petty Officer Robert Feller, he participated in some of the best-known sea battles in the Pacific. When the war was over, he returned to the mound and resumed a straight shot to the Baseball Hall of Fame. Here's his account in his words of what his military service meant to him. I have never had to strain my memory to recall the day I decided to join the Navy. It was 7 December 1941. I was driving from my home in Van Meter, Iowa to Chicago to discuss my next contract with the Cleveland Indians, and I heard over the car radio that the Japanese had just bombed Pearl Harbor. I was angry as hell. I'd spent almost 6 full seasons in the major leagues by then, with a record of 107 victories and 54 losses, and I had a family-related draft exemption, but I knew right then that I had to answer the call. I arrived in Chicago late that afternoon to meet Cy Slapnicka, the Indians general manager, who had come there to talk about my contract for 1942. And I told him about my decision. I then phoned Gene Tunney, the former world heavyweight boxing champion and an old friend. A commander, Gene was in charge of the Navy's physical training program. He flew out from Washington and swore me in on Tuesday, 9th of December. After my basic training, the Navy made me a chief petty officer and assigned me as a physical training instructor. It was valuable in its way, but I wanted to go into combat. I had a lot of experience with guns as a kid, so I applied for gunnery school and sea duty. After 4 months of naval gunnery school in Newport, Rhode Island, I was assigned to a battleship, the USS Alabama, as a gun captain on a 40-millimeter aircraft mount that had a crew of 24. He went on to action in the North Atlantic and discusses that, and he says he got exactly what he wanted. The Alabama spent 6 months escorting convoys in the North Atlantic, and then in August 1943 went through the Panama Canal and headed for the Central Pacific. Over the next 2 years, we saw action in Tarawa, the Marshalls, and the Carolines, and the Philippines. We bombarded beaches to support amphibious assaults, served as escorts for aircraft carriers, and fended off kamikaze attacks. 2 enemy bombs hit the ship during the Marianas turkey shoot, and we survived a typhoon that plummeted us with 80-knot gusts off the Philippines coast. The Alabama never lost a man to enemy action. The people we had on the gun crews were very good shots. In 1945, I was sent to Great Lakes Naval Training Center and managed a baseball team there. In the 3rd week of August, just 15 days after the U.S. dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima, I went on inactive duty. I was back to baseball after that. I rejoined the Indians on the 23rd of August and pitched 8 games. He won 5 and lost 3. Serving in the military is almost always a defining moment for any young man or woman. You're young and impressionable. You meet a lot of new people and you travel to new places and you learn to be on time, how to follow, and eventually how to lead. You never forget combat, but it makes a difference when you go through a war. No matter which branch of the service you're in, combat is an experience that you never forget. A war teaches you that baseball is only a game. After all, a minor thing compared to the sovereignty and security of the United States. I once told a newspaper reporter that the bombing attack we lived through on the Alabama had been the most exciting 13 hours of my life. After that, I said the pinstripe perils of Yankee Stadium seemed trivial. That's still true today. That, my folks, is Bob Fellers. We had broke him down in the past, and I just really wanted to go in. When I found his words, nothing hit more true to me that my man just said, hey, I got to answer the call, and by golly, he did it. So we salute you, Mr. Feller.
And I don't think this generation, even our generation, understand that Bob Feller was one of the greatest pitchers of all time. Like, no one ever really references him as that because he played for some Indian teams that weren't very good. But you go back and look at the statistics alone, Bob Feller was a damn lights out pitcher, and it's unbelievable how many. Do you think today's age, and I'm not going to give anyone specific because it would not be fair, but do you think today's day and age we would have many of our elite athletes going over into war? I have my doubts. You talk about the ultimate privilege, your elite athlete, whether it's NBA or whatever sport, I think we would be hard pressed to find anyone that would give up their millions. And I think we have a few people in our head that were like, I know that guy wouldn't. But what they did, and they sacrificed, and some of them lost all. There are many that came back, and there are many that did not come back. And we've talked about that in great length in previous shows. We're just trying to shed the light again. I
want to make sure I had the number right. I don't mean to cut you off, but just to nobody to the quality of pitcher he was, 279 complete games.
Which
get you some of that. You'll never see that done again.
Right, which is unheard of nowadays.
I mean, you'll be lucky to see 2 or 3 complete games in a man's career.
Right. It's only been 10 years ago that you hope to get a handful at the very most complete games in a season. Right now, you might see an elite pitcher get 2 a year. And one of them is going to be because he's trying to make a run at a no-hitter. But nowadays, even I know it's a bad example, but he popped in my head. It's a bad example because he's injured, won't play next year. But you won't see a Justin Verlander type do that nowadays, because they'll go out there and they'll pull him in the 5th or 6th inning, 7th inning. It's a shame because you don't get to watch what baseball was intended to be, which is mano a mano, and it was really about the starting pitcher going up against every batter and proving I'm better than you. So we're never going to get a Bob Gibson again. We're never going to get unless something changes, and things do change. So you never know; it might go back to the other way. But the only way it changes is they somehow reduce the hell out of the roster. Because as long as you've got 8 guys in your bullpen, which is what it's going to go to for now on next year, you almost feel like you have to pull a guy because you're like, I can't sit him on the bench. I mean, I can't have him on the bench sit there for several days in a row. He'll get rusty. All right, mine is going to that we're going over right now is Justin just did Bob Feller. I'm gonna go back and do one of my favorites, the great Yogi Berra. He played 19 seasons in Major League Baseball, and all but the last for the New York Yankees. So he was an 18-time All-Star. So keep this in mind. Won 10 world championships. 10. That's real cute, which those real cute memes you make about Michael Jordan being so great. 10. That's asinine. It means if you combine,
it means he's out of fingers.
It means it means if you combine LeBron James and Michael Jordan, you get into the Yogi Berra stratosphere. Unbelievable. And as a catcher too, guys, it's not like he was a shortstop or a second baseman that played all these years and won 10 championships on great teams. He was the game. He called the game, and then your knees, right? Okay, so he had a batting average 285 while hitting 358 home runs, which was a lot back then. Had 1,500 RBIs almost. He is one of only 5 players to win the AL MVP 3 times. He's widely regarded as the greatest catcher in baseball history in the American League, where others would argue it's Johnny Bench in the National League, and then the argument begins. But regardless, he's the greatest American League pitcher. And there is no argument before it's Berra and Bench, and then everything else. But during World War II, Berra served in the U.S. Navy as a gunner's mate, and he was on the attack transport of the USS Bayfield during the D-Day invasion. So we always hear about the D-Day invasion. We always celebrate it in June. That man was there. He was on the beach, and it was his job to go back and forth, bringing troops from the ship to the land. And his main job was to fight off any kind of attack. So he was a sitting duck, essentially. One of the reasons why he was, I remember reading this years back, one of the reasons why they picked him was because of his small stature. Everyone always hears Yogi Berra, and I think what everyone comes to is the Yogi-isms, right? But Yogi was a small guy. I think he was 5'8", 5'9", and a major league catcher, which is just that's unheard of because most of those guys most of your major league catchers are big guys because they had to take back then. They actually protected home plate. I know you're not allowed to do that anymore, but back then you protected home plate or you didn't have a job. And so you got to talk about a guy who's a strong, muscular guy. And that's one of the reasons why they made him a gunner's mate on the USS Bayfield for the D-Day invasion. A second-class seaman, Barra was one of 6-man crew on a Navy rocket ship, firing machine guns and launching rockets at the German Army on Omaha Beach. He was fired upon but not hit several times and later received several commendations for his bravery. During an interview on the 65th anniversary, Barra confirmed that he was sent to Utah Beach during the invasion as well. So he was on both of the main beaches in the one of the most. I don't know if there's a bigger invasion in U.S. history, the D-Day invasion that basically turned the war, and that's that's Yogi Berra for you, and then also Yogi Berra. Want to make sure I have this right. He got the Presidential Medal of Honor. I believe it was in 2015. I think he was nominated in 2013, and then he received it in 2015, and was in the Navy from 43 to 45. So got the Purple Heart, and I'm probably leaving stuff out, but that's the great Yogi Berra for you. And pretty much one of my favorite athletes of all time. I think we got Sean coming in on the show, so this is probably a good time to take a quick break. When we come back, Sean O'Toole will join us, and we will continue on with the Armchair Quarterbacks Salute to Service. We'll be back in a flash here on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Keep it locked in. Teamus Wooten is on his way back to the United States, so hopefully he. I'm hoping somehow he's actually going to make it into. He was. Well, I can't tell you everything he was saying, but he was complaining to me. That'll be the nicest thing I will say. As he was trying to catch a connecting flight in a ill part of the world. That is the nicest way I can put that. As I was asking him if he could. It was during the yesterday when the Boston Red Sox were reintroducing Alex Cora as their manager, excuse me, and I was asking him if he could get anywhere close to MLB Network TV, because I didn't know if he was. I knew he was coming back sometime in this area, but I didn't know exactly when. And I told him, if he didn't catch you, you'd probably be on YouTube, and if I do see the actual video, I'll share it to the Armchair page so it's easier for him to find. But in the middle of that, he said, "Yeah, I'm gonna try to catch that on YouTube sometime because I'm in," and then the rest is bleep, 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 bleep. Fair enough, man. Just get the hell out of there and get back.
Teamus is coming back, and Alex Cora. Collusion.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be back. God, I think he's been gone. It seems like March-ish, I think, is when he left. It was before baseball, and it was before the pandemic hit. So it was right around February or March. And because the moment that pandemic shut everything down, I accused him of running to go hide in some kind of war so he didn't have to deal with this over here. Anyways, joining us to the show, Mr. Sean O'Toole. Sean, how are you, sir?
I'm fantastic. Happy Veterans Day to everyone. And, please, if you know anyone in your life that served, I do know a lot of people in my own family and outside of it. I do actually have friends, not many of them, but most of them are veterans. So make sure to thank a veteran today. Do what you can, regardless of what it is. Everything means something to the folks that serve this country.
And I had to do this on the fly. I should have been a little more prepared, but I tried to tag a few people in to this that we know that have contributed to the show, that have either served or have done something that I feel patriotic. And if I've forgotten anybody, or you know anyone specifically, please feel free to tag them into the comments, because I like to give as much people love today as possible. You know, sometimes things slip my mind, but you know, people like Timus I tagged in. I'm already thinking of a couple right now that I know I forgot. But anyways, when you're setting this up, Facebook hits live, and I've got about 30 seconds to try to do everything and try to get it going and go right into the show. They don't have it set up yet. Hopefully one day they'll have the Zoom Facebook Live set up where you can set it up in the studio and not lose the damn feed. You got about 3 minutes for when it sits up and goes go live, because I've done it before. I've gone, okay, well, I'm going to go get me something to drink and wait for the show to get going, and about the time that goes and Justin's joining me, the thing crashes, and I'm like, son of a... That's why sometimes when I tags things in or whatnot, I forget about them.
Well, unlike Bob Feller, they both had their careers. Let me rephrase that. Both had their careers interrupted by World War II, but unlike Feller, who was already famous when he went in, Spahn achieved his notoriety primarily after the war. He had a small call-up and had only had a brief appearance, which was 4 games in 1942 before he started his career. Most of his Hall of Fame career was with the Boston Milwaukee Braves. Warren Spahn won 363 games, ranking 6th overall, the most for a left-handed pitcher. A 17-time All-Star. Spahn's career included 13 seasons with 20 or more wins, 3 ERA titles, 2 no-hitters, notably at age 39 and 40, and a World Series championship and Cy Young award, both won in 1957. As I alluded to yesterday, one of his career highlights also includes something we'll never, ever see again, and that was an epic 16-inning pitching duel on July 2nd, 1963 at age 42 against Juan Marichal. That's amazing. But Spahn entered the Army on December 3rd, 1942 at Camp Chaffee, Arkansas, which was a combination training facility and a POW camp. Following basic training, he was sent to Camp Gruber, Oklahoma, where he was assigned the 276 Engineer Combat Battalion. He continued to play baseball and helped pitch the battalion's team to the post championship. On November 4th, 1944, Staff Sergeant Spahn and his unit, part of the 1159th Engineer Combat Group, boarded the Queen Mary for France. Of the men in the unit, Spahn later said some had been let out of prison if they would commit to enlist. So these are the people I went overseas with, and they were tough and rough, and I had to learn to fit that mold. Spahn soon found himself in the middle of action in the brutal Battle of the Hurtgen Forest and the Battle of the Bulge. Spahn recalled being surrounded and his men having to fight their way out. During one of the coldest winters on record, Spahn said, "Our feet were frozen when we went to sleep, and they were frozen when we woke up. We didn't have a bath or change of clothes for weeks." In March 1945, the 276 was at Remagen, Germany, working around the clock to repair the Ludendorff Bridge. Suddenly, everyone heard what they thought were rifle shots, but it was rivets being sheared off from the trusses and beams. The bridge, weakened by demolitions and heavy troop and vehicle traffic and the vibrations from artillery fire and construction equipment, was collapsing. A total of 28 men were killed or missing and 65 wounded. 18 men were rescued from the river. Spahn was among the wounded, getting hit in the left foot by a piece of bridge shrapnel. The 276 received the Presidential Unit Citation for its actions, and Spahn was also awarded the Purple Heart. In addition, Spahn received a battlefield commission, which lengthened his service by another 6 months. Discharged in April of 1946, he returned to the Boston Braves in time to post an 8-5 season. A lot of historians and fans have claimed that Spahn's 4 years in the Army cost him the chance of reaching 400 wins. But Spahn disagrees, and here are his comments on that. "I matured a lot in those years. If I had not had that maturity, I would not have pitched until I was 45. Elaborating to that, he goes on to say, "After what I went through overseas, I never thought of anything I was told to do in baseball as hard work. You get over feeling like that when you spend days on end sleeping in frozen tank tracks in enemy-threatened territories. Warren Spahn retired in 1965, and in 1973 he was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame. That is Warren Spahn, gentlemen. And he had a sweet leg kick.
Yeah,
probably learned that over there.
Every time I think of Warren Spahn, past his bravery and whatnot. First of all, arguably one of the greatest pitchers of all time. But he was the old saying, if anyone's ever heard it, Spahn and Sane and pray for rain. Back then, the Braves, but this before they were in Atlanta. This was in the Milwaukee days. They had two really elite pitchers, and then the rest of their pitching staff was garbage. It was Warren Spahn. I want to say it's Johnny Sane, but I always forget his first name. But anyways, that's where the term comes. Spahn and Sane and pray for rain, because you're hoping for a bunch of rain out so it can get back to them. Back then, you usually had a 3 to 4 man pitching staff, so that's where that comes from. Great job, Justin. What's your walk-off, sir?
Again, just want to say thank you to all our veterans, past and present, all you men and women that have had ultimate sacrifices for us and continue to do so every day. Thank you.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball's Salute to Service Special, a compilation from our Armchair Quarterback Radio Show, which aired for 8 years on CBS Sports affiliates before changing to Braves Country. It's a compilation of shows that are going over some of our more famous athletes who served our country as well. Happy Memorial Day to everyone out there, and thank you for your service.
armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
All right. Well, kids, gather around. This isn't a name you hear a lot, but it's one I think you probably should. It means a lot to me personally. I'll mention why towards the end. Hank Greenberg played 12 of his 13 major league seasons for the Detroit Tigers, who are, my favorite team, having grown up in Michigan. He was an American League All-Star 4 times. He was also a 2-time American League MVP as a first baseman in 1935 and as a left fielder in 1940. He had a batting average over 308 seasons, won 2 World Series with the Tigers in 1945, and hit a whopping 58 home runs in 1938, which, there's not a lot you can find on video from that time, but you can read about it. 58 home runs in 1938 is like 120 now. It was nuts. I mean, the ball was completely made differently back then. There weren't lights in most outdoor stadiums. There's a very famous Hank Greenberg axiom in the 1935 World Series, because St. Louis's Sportsman Park didn't have lights, and Game 3 went into the bottom of the 9th, and it was getting dark, and Hank Greenberg hit what was a walk-off grand slam, and the umpire said, "Hank, I can't call the game. I didn't see where the ball went." Hank turned around and said, "Well, I saw it just fine. This game's over," which is one of my favorite little. Which is one of my favorite little Hank Greenberg anecdotes. I'll get to the military service, and then I'll round back around to just some career numbers on him, because his career numbers are nuts, and honestly, he should be someone that's just more highly regarded. He was kind of unfortunately and unfairly, not only lost 4 years of his prime to military service, but also was sandwiched directly between kind of Babe Ruth and Ted Williams, and was really forgotten about as kind of like the Larry Holmes of baseball, because he just came between, 2 monoliths in baseball history. But in October of 1940, Greenberg was the first American League player to register for the nation's peacetime draft. And in 1941, the Detroit draft board originally classified him as 4F, which is for flat feet, meaning he wouldn't be eligible for military service. He appealed. There was a lot of public sentiment in the early 1940s as a war was brewing overseas, that a lot of athletes might try to get out of service, which famously Jack Dempsey did during World War I, and took a lot of public criticism for it after the fact. Most baseball players didn't feel that way and wanted to serve their country, and Hank was no exception. On May 7th, 1941, he was inducted into the U.S. Army after playing 19 games in left field. He reported to Fort Custer in Battle Creek, Michigan, which is about 20 minutes from my hometown of Mount Morris. He made a comment that, "I made up my mind to go when I was called. My country comes first." A lot of players were bitter about the lower amount of pay that they were given compared to their Major League Baseball salary. That was a big, talking point in newspapers at the time, and Hank was a model citizen. He was an anti-tank gunner. He was promoted to sergeant and was honorably discharged from active service on December 5th, which was 2 days before Japan actually bombed Pearl Harbor. So he re-enlisted as a sergeant on February 1st, 1942, volunteered for service in the Army Air Forces, and served until late 1944. He served a total of 47 months, the longest of any Major League Baseball player by far in the prime of his career. He played 19 games in the 1941 season, lost all of 42, 43, and 44, and didn't return to play baseball again until June 14th of 1945. That is Henry Greenberg's service to the U.S. military. 2-time MVP, 10-time All-Star, just an amazing battery of statistical references. His career WAR is 54.2, which is by 1938, 1940 standards, really only trails like Babe Ruth, Ted Williams, Lou Gehrig, Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle, right? He's basically the 6th greatest hitter. He's even higher than Jimmy Fox in lifetime WAR.
And it's funny because he's so underrated as a player. I mean,
so underrated.
You never hear it talk about, but like you said, what was the year that he hit 58 home runs? 1930. Was it 30?
The 58 home runs was the 1938 season where he actually finished third. Yeah, 38. 58 home runs, 119 runs batted in, which is just nuts. Batted .315, .438 on base, .683 slugging, .1122 OPS. His OPS, I'm going to read off his OPS, which is a modern, analytical measurement that people use. These are his OPSs from 1934 to 1940.
Okay.
1,005, 1039, 1085, 1105, 1122, 1042, 1103. His 1940 season, which is his second MVP, he was 340, 41 home runs, 150 runs batted in, 50 doubles, 8 triples, 6 stolen bases, 93 walks. I mean, he is such an underrated player. Even by Tigers fans, he's considered probably the second greatest Tiger of all time behind Al Kaline, and the statistics don't back that up. He's a far superior player to Al Kaline. Kaline just happened to be with the Tigers during the Tigers' greatest period of sustained success, which was the 60s and 70s, where they lost the American League pennant so many times to great Yankees teams. It's almost laughable. But he's, by most statistical measurements, the greatest Tiger to ever play. And even amongst Tigers fans, he's basically second. It's basically Al Kaline, Hank Greenberg, and then Alan Trammell. Anybody who was alive from 1930 to 1950, of which there's not a ton of people left, unfortunately. A lot of people like my father have passed on. My father always said Hank Greenberg was the best hitter he ever saw. Said he was just an amazing masher. And that is the guy who loved his nickname. It wouldn't be PC to call him this today, but he was known as the Hebrew Hammer. And he was an amazing baseball player. And like I said, just unfortunately kind of lost to history and lost to time, because he's right between Babe Ruth, played the same time as Ted Williams, and then DiMaggio and Mantle come along. Just an amazing player, an amazing patriot, served his country dutifully. You just take his averages over his career and slot it into those 3 seasons that are completely lost, and even add the 41 season where he only played 20 games. I mean, he's easily one of the 10 best statistical players of all time. And he's one of the 30 best statistical players of all time. So that is Hank Greenberg. Thank you for your service to our country. And thank you for being a Detroit Tiger. Still love it.
Yeah, I don't think he gets enough love. There's a couple that I won't go over their entire thing, but I'll mention them at the end of the show, because if we just don't have a long enough show to do all these athletes. But there are a lot of people. Do yourself a favor, America. Do a deep dive later on today, and there are a bunch of articles that have been written. Hell, I don't know how you would find mine, because mine was about 7 years ago, but that have been written about this very topic. How many athletes gave all, and some of them gave up their entire, not just their life. Some of them also gave up the prime years of their career. I know life is much more important, but I'm saying from a perspective of a sports, history, there's no telling what some of these guys would have been. Rocky Bleier is a great example. He got shrapnel in the leg and then continued off into a pretty darn good NFL career. But what would he have been if he hadn't been running around with shrapnel in his leg his entire career? So, that's, I don't think it's ever stated enough how important these guys are to the American landscape, because I think your average person thinks that a lot of these quote unquote athletes that served during wartime were like Elvis Presley. They're over there just singing songs and dancing around and making movies and whatnot. And there were some that got that, but a lot of them were right in the teeth of the fight. And
right.
That's what's always jumped out at me, is when I first started researching this years ago, I was like, man, I cannot believe that some of these guys gave what they gave. This got sparked by Justin and I talking about Pat Tillman one day. This is prior to Veterans Day of our first season back with the Armchair Quarterbacks in 2014. We talked about it on end for, 15, 20 minutes that day. And this was like a week or so before Veterans Day. And Justin and I will call each other off air and basically say, why don't we do that for as many guys as we can find? And then you start opening the lid and you're like, man, I did not know there was this many guys. I'm going to do one of the basic ones because I think this has to always be appreciated, especially considering not only is this man considered possibly the greatest hitter of all time, he's also considered possibly one of the greatest pilots of all time in Mr. Ted Williams. Played 19-year career as a left fielder for the Boston Red Sox from 1939 to 1960, excuse me. The only thing that interrupted him was something called World War II and the Korean War. He served in both. January 42, after World War II began, Williams was drafted in the military, being put into Class 1A. Williams joined the Naval Reserve on May 22nd. Went on to active duty in 43 and was commissioned second lieutenant in the U.S. Marine Corps as a naval aviator on May 2nd, 1944. Williams also was on the baseball team in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, along with other Red Sox teammates like Johnny Pesky, remember the Pesky pole, in pre-flight training. After 8 weeks in Amherst, Massachusetts, the civilian pilot training course while on the baseball team. So he was doing all this at once. I don't know why he was playing baseball and trying to learn how to fly, like he was going to forget how to play baseball, but that's Ted Williams for you. Williams was sent back to Fenway in 43 to play in an all-star game managed by Babe Ruth. And Williams, who people still talk about how, and I've heard this on many occasions, that he was possibly one of the greatest pilots of all time. And it all comes down to his eyesight, right? And that's his eyesight in reaction. And of course, that's what made him a great hitter. But this is a typical humbling quote by Ted Williams. He would always tell you how badass he was on a baseball field, but he was always very humble in his service. Quote, I was no hero. There were maybe 75 pilots in our two squadrons, and 99% of them did a hell of a lot better job than I ever did. But the numbers always came back as that's not true, Ted. Like you were elite. I won't rattle off all his combat statistics, but they are eye popping. He flew 39 missions and won a boat ton of medals. Some of those medals including 3 air medals for flight operations, Navy Union Commendation, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, American and Asian Pacific Campaign Medal, World War II Victory Medal, National Defense Service Medal, and oh, by the way, he's the last guy to hit 400 in Major League Baseball. Other than that, Ted Williams was kind of a disappointment of what he could have done with all his potential, right? I mean, this guy, and it's funny, and I can just imagine him in a cockpit, just a very determined guy. But remember his famous line that everyone always talks about is they said, what motivated you in the world of baseball? And he said, I wanted people to point at me walking down the street and goes, there's the best damn hitter that's ever lived. I would challenge people to find someone better because Ted Williams to me is probably the greatest overall hitter. When you talk about the power and the average, the greatest hitter of all time. He was the original shift. They shifted a little bit with Babe Ruth, but not a whole lot. It was unthought of in that day. The original shift was called the Williams shift. And so there you go. There's that Ted Williams for you. Incredible human being, incredible American, and arguably the best, if not the top 2 or 3 hitters of all time. And there you go. And then somehow they tried to freeze him, and we're going to bring him back. That's how good you know you're a badass when they decide they're going to try to freeze you because they got to replicate your DNA. I don't think we're in any danger of that. Them go, oh, we got to make sure these guys are around. Duplicate old O'Toole and McGee. You don't want to lose these guys. Williams are like, oh man, we got to keep his head. Anyone that forgets that well, you know what? Let's just forget.
It's fun. It's funny that if the kids today with all their Google machines, in the pocket of their hands, go look for videos of Ted Williams, probably the first actual search or the first 10 searches is going to be him in the golf cart at Fenway Park that year, coming out with his just, not to sully his name, but his son was a real piece of work, trying to just hand out T-shirts for his company that he was trying to use his dad's name to tailgate off of. And I think,
but I'll always remember that night, because that was one of the coolest moments in sports, because all those Major League Baseball players who are obviously all-stars, but a lot of them turned out to be Hall of Fame players.
Yeah.
Them being in awe and emotional, getting to meet him. And I remember some of the interviews afterwards. Some of them did talk about this. When I first learned about it, essentially, I'd heard a little bit about, but this, they talked about essentially what he had done for his country. And I was like, what, Ted Williams was in the war too? I was like, whoa, Ted Williams wasn't just in the war. He was in the wars and kicked ass in both wars. I'll never forget Mark McGwire leaning over to hug him and being all emotional. And of course, Nomar was there, and all of them. I don't want to leave anyone out, so I'll end the list at that. But they were all there back in '99. I've gone back and watched. During the pandemic shutdown, I went back and watched the '99 All-Star game. It was a great All-Star game, first of all, but then that being added to it was just incredible.
That was the first time the Home Run Derby became appointment television, it was that whole weekend at Fenway was a big deal. Mark McGwire at that point was, and we're not going to have the McGwire discussion and do the revisionist history on that, but at that point in time, Mark McGwire was the most popular player in baseball in decades, I would say. Everybody was gobbling up Mark McGwire stuff. The Cardinals were on national TV all the time. That was a real moment. And for him to have been just awestruck by the sight of Ted Williams, much less meeting him, tells you a lot about how much he was revered by baseball players in the game. He was easily one of the most revered players of all time. And yeah, like you said, 70 years after he retired, still nobody's had that kind of talent with their eyesight and hand-eye coordination as him. He's still regarded as probably the greatest hitter to ever live, even 70 years later, after most of the people that covered him have long since passed on. That tells you a lot about how great he truly was.
Yeah, that's also the infamous Pedro Martinez game where he struck out the side and whiffs the first 5 of 6 NL batters and ends up being the MVP of the All-Star game. That was one of the greatest ones. I always forget the names. So I'm not going to go back and cite them, but that's always put up against a similar All-Star game in the very beginning of the All-Stars, where a list of who's who, there was in other words, what Pedro Martinez did in '99 hadn't been done in about 60 years. That's the short of it. David Robinson. What you got on David Robinson today, sir?
Yep. Quick part as we go into the end of the show. Want to talk about the Admiral really quick. One of the real stand-up gentlemen in the history of the National Basketball Association. Widely considered the best basketball player in the history of the Naval Academy. Not that that's a high bar, but amazingly, he had an incredible career coming out of the military. And playing basketball, which is just not something that had happened before or since. Chose the number 50 after his idol, Ralph Sampson. Won the All-American Naismith and Wooden Awards as an Academy first-classman, which means a senior. In 1986, he led Navy, which was a number 7 seed, to within a game of the Final Four before falling to Duke in the East Regional Final. Played his first 3 years for the midshipmen under Paul Evans, and then his senior year under Pete Herman. Upon graduation, he was immediately eligible for the NBA draft, was drafted in 1987 by the San Antonio Spurs, but he still had 2 years of active duty obligation to fulfill with the Navy, so didn't actually play in the NBA until 1989. Some interesting service notes. He originally wanted to be an unrestricted line officer at sea, but he was unable to be that because he's 7'1". Don't know how many of our listeners or how many people have ever been in an actual naval ship, but that's a real challenge to be 7'1" in a naval ship. That's a problem.
You're not going to be a pilot either.
No, that is a real problem. So
you better learn how to play basketball. just put that out there.
He was actually a threat of being dishonorably discharged just because of his height, because they couldn't find a position for him. But as a compromise, the Secretary of the Navy, John Lehman at the time, allowed him to retrain and receive a commission as a staff officer in the Civil Engineer Corps. So he finished out his time as a civil engineering officer at Base Kings Bay in Georgia. He was regularly featured in recruiting materials for the Naval Service. And despite the nickname Admiral, which he was never actually an admiral, his actual rank upon fulfilling the service commitment was lieutenant junior grade. Started in basically what amounts to the 88-89 NBA season with the San Antonio Spurs. Just some overall, career highlights: 2-time NBA champion, 10 times All-NBA, the MVP in 94-95, which unfortunately, if you search for online, you're going to get a lot of results about how mad Akeem Olajuwon was about that. Akeem Olajuwon absolutely just humiliated him in the playoffs that year and really took it personally. And Akeem, by all accounts, is a nice guy, but I think they did not like each other very much and had a great rivalry for years and years. He was the 89-90 Rookie of the Year, the 91-92 Defensive Player of the Year, 8-time All-Defensive Player, like I said, 2-time NBA champion, 93-94 scoring champion, and is in the Hall of Fame. So that's David Maurice Robinson, also known as the Admiral. You can find him on Twitter at David the Admiral. Just an incredible story, an incredible player, and really ahead of his time. If he played in today's game, he'd be shooting 3-pointers.
And also something I think it's overlooked by him is he was a mathematics major, and evidently he's really, really sharp when it comes to the world of math. So had it been around when he retired, he might have went into the analytics world, right? Although analytics in basketball is just about the dumbest thing. But anyways, I'm sorry, dude. You can analytic all you want. I'm not going to be able to cover LeBron James. I'm just telling you, man. It's never going to happen, my friend. Never going to happen. My last one for today, I know we're running out of time, so I'll cut this pretty short, is Christy Mathewson. Most people... I'd say a lot of people probably don't know who he is, but he is looked upon as one of the greatest pitchers of the early part of the 20th century, nicknamed the Christian Gentleman. Late in the 1918 season, Mathewson enlisted in the U.S. Army for World War I. His wife, Jane, very much opposed the decision, but Mathewson insisted on enlisting. He served overseas as a captain in the newly formed Chemical Service, along with Ty Cobb. Everyone forgets that Ty Cobb was actually a war hero, but we won't talk about that today. We'll save that for a future show. But Ty Cobb actually was. Ty Cobb's not the terrible person that you've read in the headlines. There was a lot to Ty Cobb. When he arrived in France, talking about Mathewson, he was accidentally gassed during a chemical training exercise, and he ended up getting tuberculosis from this, and it infects his lungs. Mathewson served in the American Expeditionary Forces until February of 1919, when he was discharged because of the tuberculosis. He returned as a coach to the Giants from 1919 to 1921, could not pitch again. He spent a good portion of that time at Saranac Lake fighting tuberculosis. Mathewson would later on pass away just a few years later. Christy Mathewson Day is celebrated as a holiday in his hometown of Factoryville, Pennsylvania, on the Saturday closest to his birthday. And so there you have. He's one of my favorite stories, because the guy basically, he got hit with mustard gas in a training exercise.
Right.
And the guy pitched for the New York Baseball Giants for 17 years under their greats. That's when the New York Giants were at their peak. He was in the very first World Series, 373 total wins, 2,500 strikeouts, but in an era where you didn't strike people out. It was looked upon as a badge of honor to not strike out. So you didn't have, this guy struck out four times today, but he also hit a home run. People would say, you're a bum. You're a bum. Put the ball in play. And two-time World Series champion, two-time Triple Crown winner in pitching, the NL wins leader in 4 times, ERA leader 5 times, strikeout leader 5 times, pitched 2 no-hitters, and the only pitcher that is revered is probably better than him in his time period is the great Walter Johnson, the Train. But there are people who watched him play that say Christy Mathewson was a gamer, and that's the guy you wanted on the mound. Walter Johnson, although he had, what would he have, over 100 shutouts in his career? It was something ridiculous. Walter Johnson didn't step up in a lot of big moments. So that was kind of the back and forth back then. I've read a couple of books on this. Essentially, they say Christy Mathewson is a better version of Andy Pettitte, right? Solid regular season, but man, you didn't want to face him in October. And Matt and Walter Johnson might have been closer to what Greg Maddux was. Yeah, he got a World Series title, but usually he was terrible in the postseason. I think that's about it, sir. We've ran late, so I'm not going to do turn back time or the birthdays. What is your walk-off for the day?
Find someone in your life who's a veteran. Thank them for their service to our country. Remember what today is really about. This amazing, wonderful country that we're all fortunate to live in, the greatest country in the world. It's easy to forget about that, especially if you spend too much time on your phone and too much time on social media. It's easy to listen to the noise. It's hard to just stop and think that we do live in the greatest country in the world. And the reason we live in the greatest country in the world is because of the people who've made sacrifices for us. So find someone that's made that sacrifice, whether they pay the ultimate price or not, and give them thanks today, because that's what today is about.
Start with Jerry Coleman. I just did a little deep, and as we've done these, try and dig a little deeper and find some names I haven't done in the past. And Coleman was interesting to me. He's the only Major League Baseball player to have seen combat in 2 wars. Jerry Coleman first postponed the start of his career to fly as a Marine aviator in World War II, and then left baseball to fly in the Korean War, in which he actually had a plane crash. He survived. In all, he flew 120 missions and was awarded 2 distinguished Flying Crosses and 13 Air Medals. The Colonel won 4 World Series champions, 46, 50, 51, and 56 as a second baseman with the New York Yankees. He went on to have a lengthy broadcasting career, earning an introduction into the broadcasters wing of the Baseball Hall of Fame in 2005 and the Radio Hall of Fame in 2007.
Yeah, we've done him in the past, and I'll tell you what, all these guys' stories, when you hear them, like, to me, it never gets old. We'll do this again on Memorial Day show, but those are the only 2 these are the only 2 days that we really do this a year. And I don't know if people like it or not, but if you don't appreciate this, the only thing I can say is to hell with you, because Justin said it best at the top of the hour that you should be thanking a veteran every day, every time you get a chance, anytime you realize that you're standing next to a veteran, and especially what we are referring to as the greatest generation, because they are leaving us, unfortunately. There's not a whole lot left, and what they did in World War II to basically salvage the way of life that we have today is you can't even put a price tag on it. World War I and World War II took the most out of the U.S. Now, that is not to put down any other war. Okay, if anyone has ever been in any war or any combat mission or ever put in harm's way defending the United States, it's all equally dangerous. But when World War II took place, like, people have to realize it was not a foregone conclusion that the U.S. was going to come out victorious. There was a lot of fear that the empires of Japan and Germany and Italy were going to defeat the Allies. And so anytime that we get a chance, we go to that. And then, of course, don't you feel like sometimes World War I gets glossed over because of the World War II factor that we're closer to it? I don't think a lot of us have met people who fought in World War I, just because we're talking about something that took place. Actually, it would have still been going on about 100 years ago. It would have just ended, essentially. But I also think that because in the 1940s, we were also talking about the beginning of television and also the easy and readiness that it was to broadcast those, the films that they would put into movie theaters, because people used to go to movie theaters by the droves every Saturday. It was a routine for most people, and the clips that they would show in the theaters prior to the movies was loaded up with film from abroad, basically keeping everyone abreast of what was going on.
Oh, our society's soft nowadays. They couldn't handle that world back then. Tell me if the draft happened, and there's no way people volunteer like you had during that generation. It's sad. It'd look like a migrant caravan leaving the U.S. If we had that again, unfortunately.
I hope that's not the case. I hope we would be surprised. I would hope that because I'm in an age now where I wouldn't be any good to anybody. I might mentally think.
Dude, I don't even think we're eligible at our age anymore.
Well, no, age and honest engine. I'm on the backside of 40, and I wouldn't call myself in shape. We'll just put that out there. So I don't need I go in there trying to volunteer. Like, yeah, that's cute, man. Would you get out of the way for the guy that we can actually use?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to low crawl. They'd be like, dude, it still looks like you're standing up. That's just my belly.
All you're doing is just eating chow, man. Like, would you just go home? What do we have to do to make you think that you actually contributed? Can I get one of those neat little pins? Yes. All right, now go home. I would hope that if, and hopefully we never see it again. Hopefully,
hopefully that's where I'm going with that. We never see that. Man, it was a different time, and that's why I want to thank these people each and every day, because I could only imagine if that happened today, the conundrum we would be in.
I'll tell you one of the things that I think would be an issue, though, is how many kids would sign up thinking it's going to be like a video game, right?
Yeah.
And then get over there and get a real awakening. That goes back into what I was talking about last week. I don't remember if you were on the show at the time or not, but I was talking about the history of college football. And one of the reasons why college football became as popular as it did in the late 19th century and going into the early 20th century is because they were coming out of wartime. They had not had a major war since the Civil War. And the fear was that the United States citizens, the young men, were going to become soft. And so they wanted something that would basically, and you can't compare football to war, but what they were trying to do is get kids involved in something where A, there's teamwork, and B, that you have some kind of circumstances where you have to fight through to show mental toughness. And that was one of the reasons why college football got its popularity, because if people remember, or I'd say a lot of people don't know this, but when football started, it was only played in colleges, meaning there was no pro and there was no high school level. It was a game you picked up when you got to college, and that was the main reason for it, is that they never knew if we were going to get into another war around the corner. Then they wanted these guys physically and mentally tougher. I don't know if you can say that actually helped, but it's the reasoning behind why all these universities in a sport where people were dying on the field, they allowed it. They wanted the game to continue because they felt like it was good for the country. And when I read that a few weeks ago, I mean, it gives you more of a, I don't know. It kind of gave me a lump in my throat on the very next college football game I watched. You know what I mean? Like you look at it and you're like, it's funny how stuff like that always comes back to the preservation of this great nation. I'm going to start off with Hobie Baker. He was the only athlete in history that has been named to both college football and the Hockey Hall of Fame. Hobie Baker, as they called him, led Princeton University to national championships in both sports, taking the football title in 1911, the hockey titles in 1912 and 1914. An award named in his honors presented now every year to the nation's top male U.S. college hockey player. With World War I underway, Baker enlisted in the U.S. Army. In 1917, he was a trained pilot as the commander of the 103rd Air Squadron. As wartime went on, Baker survived, but then was killed just weeks later after he was trying to fly a test plane while still with the U.S. Army. And that's Hobie Baker.
I'm going to go to Al Bunbury. I did not realize this prior to his 13-year Major League Baseball career. Outfielder Al Bunbury led an infantry platoon in Vietnam. A Bronze Star recipient, he had the impressive distinction of bringing all of the soldiers who served under him home safely. Starting his professional career with the Orioles, Bunbury was voted the American League Rookie of the Year in 1973. He was also an All-Star in 1980 and won the World Series with Baltimore in 83. That was amazing to me that an infantryman took all of his guys to Vietnam and brought them home safely. Kudos to Al Bunbury. And, man, thank you.
I actually remember him playing too. And I knew nothing about that. I remember that first 83. That was one of the first World Series championships of my youth that I can remember. My very first one was 82 with the Cardinals over the Brewers, and 83 really stuck out to me because a lady that helped take care of us for quite a while, she was a huge Baltimore Orioles fan, and so we used to talk baseball all the time, and I did not want to see the Baltimore Orioles win, but I do remember him. I had no idea that because those are the type of things that I don't know if I was just too young because I didn't pay attention or if they just didn't bring him up over the air, but I do not remember that. Of course, in 83, the Vietnam War was still pretty raw, so maybe it's something they didn't want to talk about much. I'm going to go with Jack Loomis. This is one of my favorite stories just because of the quote. After playing 9 games with the New York Giants as a rookie, Jack Loomis enlisted in the Marine Corps in 1942. In the first wave of troops to land on Iwo Jima in 1945, he and his platoon remained on the island after the initial day to continue the Battle of the Japanese. Loomis helped knock out 3 enemy strongholds despite suffering injuries of grenade shrapnel before being mortally wounded by a landmine. Before dying, he famously told the field doctor, "Well, Doc, the New York Giants lost a hell of a good defensive end today." Loomis was awarded the Medal of Honor. That was always one of my favorite ones, just because.
That's always one of mine as well.
For him to have that kind of whereabouts, because I'll tell you what, if I was in that same position, I don't know if I'd be coming up with catchy quotes. That's, of course, I don't know. A guy like that gave up what he gave up. And the ones that lose it to the landmines are always hit home to me, because we had a family friend that lost their life to a landmine, and I found that out at a very young age. Long story short, as a kid, man, I was kind of terrified of that, just of the fact that, not that I was ever in harm's way of hitting a landmine, but the sheer possibility that you're just walking around and boom, it's over, right? Anyways, moving on. What is your number 3, sir?
I'm gonna go Jim Longboard. I did not realize about this young man at the time when he did it, but in 1967, Jim Longboard became the first Cy Young Award winner in Boston Red Sox history. But what makes his 22-win, 246 strikeout season all the more impressive is that several times during the year he had to leave the team between starts to fulfill his duty as a member of the Army Reserves. Retiring in 1979, Longboard had a 57-37 record while serving. I just want to give a shout out to some of our reserves and guard members on Veterans Day as well. But that's impressive that it is in Cy Young. He wasn't having rest in between his starts. He was out there serving his country in the way that he could during that time, and that's still an impressive Cy Young season.
A final one for this hour. If you want to continue to listen, make sure to download our app, the Armchair Quarterbacks app. Sean O'Toole will be joining us at the top of the hour. And if you missed the memo, we're going 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern for now on. I've had to change my work schedule, so it's the only way I could continue to do this. But anyways, Sean's going to bring some to the table as well. And this hour, I'll finish it off with I think probably everyone's favorite Yankee, Yogi Berra. Yogi Berra was one of thousands of men who played a role in the D-Day invasion. The legendary New York Yankees catcher Yogi Berra was serving as a gunner's mate while stationed just off the coast of Normandy Beach on a U.S. Navy boat. Just over a year later, he made his Major League debut with the New York Yankees. In his 18-year career, Berra was a 10-time World Series champion, 15-time All-Star, and AL MVP 3 times. He is widely known as the greatest, if not the second greatest behind Johnny Bench, catcher of all time. I always have contended it's Yogi Berra, but many people will tell you that it's Johnny Bench. He also won 3 World Series titles as a coach for the Mets and the New York Yankees. And he was inducted into the Hall of Fame, the Baseball Hall of Fame, in 1972. Yogi Berra was the guy that was running the boats to bring the soldiers to Normandy Beach, running back and forth. That may not sound like much, but you got to understand that his boat was under constant heavy artillery the entire time. And he's just running back and forth. As dangerous, if not more dangerous, than actually jumping on the beach itself, because once you got past the first wave on Normandy Beach, you could set up shops, so to speak. Those boat gunner mates, man, they were just going back and forth through enemy fire for hours. I'd say it was probably to his advantage that Yogi Berra was such a small guy, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Yogi was a man.
It's not even close. The greatest quotes of all time, any sport.
Oh, hands down. Absolutely. Hey, just for curiosity, and I don't want to steal Sean's thunder, but is my man Pat on his list, or is he on anybody's today?
Yes.
All right, good, because I want to make sure he gets brought up today.
Yeah, Pat.
I feel like I steal that one every year, so I kind of wanted to pass that along to somebody else that maybe can do it justice.
Yeah, when you picked your three, I made sure that
Thank you.
Sean did Pat Tillman.
Thank you.
I never do it because we've done this so much. I always kind of feel like someone else should get to do it. You know what I mean? Plus, you know me, I love going these deep dives. One of my favorites of all time is coming up next hour too, Christy Mathewson. I mean, his story, if you haven't heard it, you need to stay tuned because it is a very sobering story. We'll just put it that way. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball's Salute to Service special, a compilation from our Armchair Quarterback Radio Show, which aired for 8 years on CBS Sports affiliates before changing to Braves Country. It's a compilation of shows that are going over some of our more famous athletes who served our country as well. Happy Memorial Day to everyone out there, and thank you for your service. Happy Memorial Day to everyone out there, and thank you for your service.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Drop me some knowledge on Mr. Rocky Blyer.
All right, so Rocky Blyer, a wonderful American, born and raised in Appleton, Wisconsin. Is actually the oldest of 4 children. Played college football at the University of Notre Dame. Graduated in 1968 with a degree in business management. Won the national title while he was at Notre Dame in 1966. He was drafted in the 16th round. That'll harken back for you. It being that long. The 16th round of the 1968 NFL draft by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Played 1 year, his rookie year, before he was drafted into Vietnam. In Vietnam, he actually took shrapnel and a live fire round into his right leg. He lost part of his right foot in the blast as well. Doctors told him his football career was over. He always tells a story about getting a postcard from Steelers owner Art Rooney, which just said, "Rock, the team's not doing well. We need you, Art Rooney." And worked his way back onto the field after a couple years of working so hard in pain with physical therapy, that he had a really tough time, working properly on the football field. Became a great lead blocker over the way. Was part of the team that won 4 Super Bowls with the Steelers. Kind of infamously caught a touchdown pass from Terry Bradshaw in Super Bowl 13. That the Steelers never gave up that lead in that game. He retired with 3,865 rushing yards, and at the time of his retirement was the Steelers' 4th all-time leading rusher. So a great American, served our country well, and a true testament to perseverance, Mr. Rocky Blyer.
His story is always one of my favorites. Before we head to break, I'm going to tell you about Christy Mathewson, the Christian gentleman, arguably one of the greatest starting pitchers in the history of baseball. And with the use of poisonous gas, a major concern in World War I, Christy Mathewson, as a part of the U.S. Army's Chemical Corps, became a high-profile unit. It was the first division that Christy Mathewson served following his baseball career. In 1918, Mathewson enlisted and was sent to France. There he was accidentally gassed by mustard poison gas and developed tuberculosis. Christy Mathewson died in 1925 at a very, very young age. And that's Christy Mathewson. Still, for my money, arguably top 5 starting pitchers in the history of baseball. Those are always hard to gauge against each other because, first of all, Mathewson, the tail end of his career was actually hurt. When he came back, he could have played in Major League Baseball. He tried to make the attempt to come back. He also tried to work in the front office, but the mustard gas had did him in. But Christy Mathewson, he was right there with Walter Johnson as the 2 best starting pitchers at the beginning of baseball at the turn of the 20th century. And when you look at some of their stats, I mean, they are just absolutely phenomenal. The one thing I like about Christy Mathewson more than just about anything else, the reason why they call him the Christian gentleman is because back when he was playing, people always know now that you get bubble gum with your cards, or I don't even think they even do that anymore. But when we were growing up, they would put bubble gum in cards. I think they quit doing that because you could no longer say they're in mint condition if it had the bubble gum residue on it, right? But for decades, that's what they did. They put bubble gum in the cards. Well, Christy Mathewson was the one that stood up and said, because when they first started doing this at the turn of the 19th or the 20th century, they were putting tobacco in those cards. Chewing tobacco. And Christy Mathewson stood up and said, if you're going to do that, don't put my damn picture in there because I don't want kids thinking that I chew tobacco and it lead to them smoking tobacco, et cetera, because he lived a very pristine life. He wouldn't drink, nothing, whatever. And that's why they call him the Christian gentleman. When he did that, Honus Wagner followed suit and said, you know what, if Christy Mathewson isn't going to do it, I'm not going to do it either. Leave my name out of it. And that's why the Honus Wagner card from it's either 1907 or 1908 is so revered because it was the last one that they did with tobacco with Honus Wagner. After that, they made them switch to bubblegum. So it wasn't supposed to happen. They let it out. He raised Cain and they took it off the shelves. So that's why that particular card, you'll see it go for like astronomical millions of dollars every few years. Someone will end up selling it. Right. And that's why it is such a rare card is because of that. We got to take a quick break. Tell us about Pat Tillman before you have to jump off.
All right, and I would encourage anybody who's listening to actually study his story because he's one of the greatest Americans, certainly in the history of my lifetime and of all time. Started his college career as a linebacker at Arizona State in '94. Was actually only 5'11". Ended up being moved to safety. He was Pac-10 Defensive Player of the Year in 1997. He was also Arizona State's MVP. Graduated in 3.5 years with a 3.85 GPA. He was drafted in the 1998 draft, 226th overall by the Arizona Cardinals. Played safety, started 10 to 16 games in his rookie season. At one point in his career, turned down a 5-year, $9 million contract from the St. Louis Rams because he loved the Arizona people so much and they had been so good to him. Won 3 academic awards at Arizona State. Kind of famously enlisted for service in June of 2002 in the aftermath of the attacks on 9/11. And was killed in action in Iraq or Afghanistan. Not long after that, in 2004, posthumously was awarded the Silver Star and Purple Heart medals, gave up millions of dollars to serve his country, and just a wonderful American in any sense of the word. If anybody's listening out there, please don't spend too much time around the circumstances of his death because that's not the lesson of his life. The lesson of his life is sacrifice and higher calling, and loved his country. A wonderful American, Pat Tillman.
Amen. I'm going to leave you with Warren Spahn. Before that, I don't want to gloss over the fact that we normally do Ted Williams and we normally do Bob Feller, but we've done them at so many times that we want to kind of give you some other names today. But you do want to look up the incredible career of Ted Williams. I mean, this guy was just unreal, and Bob Feller for that matter too. But we're going to finish off with Warren Spahn. After finishing the 1942 season in the minor leagues, Warren Spahn enlisted in the Army as a combat engineer, served in the Battle of the Bulge and in Ludendorff Bridge. He received a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star. When he returned to baseball, Spahn was 25 years old, playing in the pros from 46 to 1965. He went on to win 20 games in 13 different seasons, including a 23-7 record when he was 42 years old. Spahn finished with 363 wins, the sixth winningest pitcher of all time. He trailed Cy Young by 148 wins. Spahn won the Cy Young Award and was the runner-up 3 times. He had 1 World Series title, 14-time All-Star, and was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1972.
Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the step and the girls be handy. Father and I went down to camp along with Captain Gooding, and there we saw the men and boys with thick and tasty pudding. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the step and make the girls be handy. And there was Captain Washington and gentle folks about him. They say he's grown so tarnal proud he will not ride without them. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the step and make the girls be handy. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle, pick it up, Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the step and with the girls be handy.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball's Salute to Service Special, a compilation from our Armchair Quarterback Radio Show, which aired for 8 years on CBS Sports affiliates before changing to Braves Country. It's a compilation of shows that are going over some of our more famous athletes who served our country as well. Happy Memorial Day to everyone out there, and thank you for your service. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball's Salute to Service Special, a compilation from our Armchair Quarterback Radio Show, which aired for 8 years on CBS Sports affiliates before changing to Braves Country. It's a compilation of shows that are going over some of our more famous athletes who served our country as well. Happy Memorial Day to everyone out there, and thank you for your service.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? O'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red bells bursting in air, it proved through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac McGee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold with his powerful. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place, There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him, kill the umpire, shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, strike two. Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence, his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
Good evening, Braves Country. Hope you're having a great Memorial Day weekend coming to a close. I can't think of any better way than to welcome Mr. Michael Soroka, as he's going to be called nowadays, the artist formerly known as. Soroka is going to be hitting the mound tonight. In case for some reason you've been under an Atlanta Braves rock and have not heard the news, and we're going to bring you pitch by pitch, play play-by-play of that here just shortly. Just wanted to kind of hit you up real quick with ins and outs of what's been going on in Braves country. What's it going to look like this week with the Atlanta Braves? You look at the fact that Soroka's going tonight, going up against Paul Blackburn too. No one's talking about this, but this is his first start in quite some time. He's coming off the IL. Now, we tend to be overcritical sometimes when we see the numbers down on the farm, and we have talked quite great length about how Soroka hasn't looked the best. He looked a little better last time, but you wouldn't necessarily say that he's been ripping it up in the minor leagues, right? But even with that being said, he's pitched a lot better than Blackburn. Blackburn's been getting lit up down in the minor leagues. They're bringing him up just because, well, they're the Oakland A's. They don't have a lot of other options, and anything's better than what they've been putting out on the mound. So they're going to come in with Blackburn, and I'll just be interested to see how it plays out. All in all, I'm not expecting the moon and stars from Soroka. What I would love in a perfect world is he goes 5 innings. He's eligible for the win. We get him the win, and what a great way! I don't even care what the numbers are. I don't care what the strikeouts are. The biggest thing would be just because it's been a concern so far is how many runs he gives up. But as long as it's not an astronomical amount, you're not going to freak out too much. I'll even take 5 innings, 4 runs. And he is going up against the Oakland A's, and I get that. And our more dominant pitchers, seasoned pitchers that have been in the trenches over the last several weeks, like a Spencer Strider goes up against the Oakland A's lineup, you want him to go 7 and strike out like 13 and goodnight Irene, win by 12 runs. But that's not where we're at with Soroka right now. It's not saying that he can't put up a great performance. I'm just not going to overanalyze it if he doesn't. If he can go out there and get us the W, that's really all I care about. But just from his personal standpoint, I would like to see him go 5 innings, secure the win, and keep the earned runs to a minimum. 3 to 4 would be great. 2 or less would be outstanding. Gives up 5 or so, it would almost be expected. And just kind of get his feet under him for his first outing, and then he will go again this coming Sunday, I should say, in Arizona. Not a great spot, but when you see how it plays out here in a second, you'll understand why they're doing that. So there you go there. You're going to have Soroka on the mound tonight, and he's going up against Blackburn. Tuesday, it'll be Bryce Elder back at work, and he will be facing J.P. Spears, who I think is he's just a soft toss pitcher. To me, I've seen him pitch a handful of times over the last couple of seasons, because I do watch a lot of baseball outside of the Atlanta Braves. And I remember one in particular right after he was traded from the Yankees organization. And I settled in to watch his outing, and he got absolutely pummeled. And so when you look at that matchup tomorrow night, as well as Elder's been pitching, you got to like your chances. And Sears is a lefty. And we know what the Braves do against left-handers. They absolutely mash them. So I would suspect that we're going to put up big runs tomorrow. Tonight, by the way, Blackburn's a right-handed pitcher. Now, he's had some stretches in his career where he's been pretty good. I remember, is that the last summer or the summer before, where he won in about 7 or 8 game stretch where he was very good. It ended up being fool's gold, but he was very good at the time. And so Elder versus JP Sears, I mean, come on. We got to be massive favorites in that. The line isn't out for that one yet. Tonight we're like minus 260, and we've got a guy on the bump who hasn't pitched in forever. And when you look at the fact that the Oakland A's, I believe they've been swept 8 times this year. 8 times? That's insane. You could never expect a sweep in a Major League Baseball series. Even as bad as they have been, I still say you can't expect a sweep. But I expect a sweep because they've been that bad. They're on an 11-game losing streak. I was really hoping they were going to get a win this weekend. Break that up. And because when you get on these long losing streaks, they eventually have to come to an end. And I want to get the heck out of town before it does. It's not because they're a good team. It's because they could play very well one night and you're not quite up to par. And honestly, a night like tonight is the night. And that's why I still think that they should have put Soroka on Tuesday night. Because there's a lot of factors, but one of them is the travel. We played on a Sunday night. Then you got to fly to the West Coast. Typically, that doesn't speak well for your offense. It just doesn't. I'm just hoping that the extra energy of Soroka going to the mound is going to get the offense going tonight. But typically, you ask any betting expert, they look for the matchup of the team that played on Sunday night on who they play on Monday. Because typically, it's just like they call it the Sunday night effect, and then there's also the Coors effect. And to explain that real quick, it would be you don't typically bet on a team that just left Coors Field on that first game because typically their offense struggles because they've gotten into bad habits. Well, on Sunday night, you typically don't back the team and their offense because of the travel. Now they get a little bit of a break because it's a little later in the day at 8 p.m. Eastern. It is 5 o'clock local. So that right there is going to be throwing them off. But we're definitely not going to have to worry about some kind of crowd effect because I thought it was funny. I saw a tweet from the Houston Astros. It was either yesterday or the day before. I can't remember. And they hit a home run, and the tweet was, so-and-so goes deep in front of tens and tens of fans. So this is what we're going to get with Astros versus, Athletics versus Braves. It's a sad state of affairs if you're an Oakland Athletics fan. They are moving to Las Vegas. They'll be out there probably. The goal is 2026. If you don't live in the area and you're an A's fan, you got to be happy that you're getting out and you're going to have some financial stability. And not to mention the fact you've been tanking for so long, you're going to have a loaded farm system. But back to where we are right now, if you missed it or just haven't been paying attention, the Braves are 4.5 in front of the Marlins. The Marlins have been playing okay baseball for the last 10 games, just like the Braves. Okay baseball. We're both 5-5. The Mets have actually gained a game, even though they lost a couple. They're 6-4 over their last 10. And the Phillies are 5-5. The whole division's 5-5. The Mets gained 1 game. So it's been kind of a stalemate over the last 10 games. The Braves now go to Oakland and they go to Arizona. We're going to have Soroka tonight. We're going to have Elder tomorrow. And Wednesday is a day game. So tomorrow night's a later start, by the way. We are bringing it to you. It's 9:40 Eastern, but it's a later start. The Wednesday game is a 3:37 start. We're going to have that as well. We'll do the pregame show and then just roll right into it. Jared Schuster's going to be on the mound for Atlanta. They have not announced a starter yet for Oakland. So it could be a million different ways. They might even go. And something that you need to know about going to this Oakland series, their bullpen's atrocious. And when I say atrocious, I mean, I was looking at it the other day. I think I was on the air talking about this, and you looked at the bullpen numbers compared to, team by team rankings, right? And here's the number. This is the one that got me. I was looking at ERA. Bullpen ERA. I think at the time it was pitching staff, but we'll do pitching staff in a second. Oakland's ERA, bullpen ERA, is a full run and almost a run and a half over the number 29 team in baseball. The number 30 team, a full run. You don't have that kind of discrepancy anywhere. Now, obviously, when you get to the top, it's very minuscule. It's usually separated. You're usually separated by 0.010, 0.05, that kind of stuff. And then it scales down as you go. The Braves bullpen, by the way, we're middle of the road. I know everyone's killed us for having this terrible bullpen. It's really not been that bad. It's been okay. And I do think we have guys that are going to get much better. I think Minter's going to give you much better numbers. Some of these guys start slow every year. And I know for a fact Minter does. We haven't seen it with Iglesias. We don't know what his deal is. And we have no idea what to expect from Kirby Yates from an entire season or Joe Jimenez. But our bullpen ERA right now is a 4.04. You don't love that. But the best in baseball is one run better. They're 2.99 in the New York Yankees. It's pretty incredible that our bullpen is middle of the road as it is, and our record is as great as it is. It's also kind of funny that the three teams that are right around us in the bullpen rankings are Philadelphia and Miami. The Mets bullpen's below us as well. But the point is, you want to get into the Oakland bullpen because the Oakland bullpen is terrible. And so when you're looking at that, the number one thing that you're looking at, I don't necessarily want to see them just go out there and ambush the starting pitchers. Let's work some counts. Let's get into that bullpen. We'll win all three games hands down. But if you go out there and do like we did with Wheeler the other day, we just started letting him get really, really short pitch counts, inning after inning after inning, the next thing you know, you're in trouble. And Wheeler went out there and dealt. Now, we're not facing a Wheeler tonight. Blackburn is more of a I hate to say because it makes it sound like it's a derogatory statement, but he's more of a finesse pitcher. He's a guy that's got to try to nibble around the zone. But regardless how you look at it, getting into their bullpen is key. And giving up big chunks of runs early in games is going to paint you into a corner. I don't suspect that's what we're going to get out of Soroka, but it is something to keep in mind. And look, if Soroka struggles 2-3 innings, don't be surprised if they're going to have a quick hook. The last thing they want to do is tear down this kid mentally. It's the absolute last thing that they want to do. When you look at the most or the worst pitching, I'll put it this way, the worst pitching staffs in baseball. By the way, the Braves ERA as an entire staff is top 4. 3.67. But Oakland, this was the number that I had in my mind. Kansas City, as bad as they are, at a 5.2 ERA for the entire pitching staff. That includes their bullpen. Oakland is 6.87. I mean, that is a run and a half higher plus. That's a lot. That is a metric ton. When you look at the rest of the teams for pitching staffs, they really do. I mean, I'm looking at it right now, and the majority of them are off by about 0.04 as you go all the way down the line. Houston sits at the top at 3.16, and then there's a bit of a jump down to Minnesota at 3.43. But after that, most of them go somewhere around the 0.10 range for the first, we'll say, top 6 or 7. And then after that, it's 0.04, 0.04, 0.05, that kind of thing all the way down, right? You're just a perfect example here. Baltimore sitting at number 13 is 4.10. Milwaukee, 4.14. LA Angels, 4.16. That's your typical, and that's typical at any point in the season, especially once you get past Memorial Day. Oakland, damn, son, it's almost 7 runs a game. There's no way your offense, if you look at the fact that your offense is putting up 7 runs a game, giving up 7 runs a game, or excuse me, your pitching staff is giving up 7 runs a game, and your offense is scoring, I'm going to have to do some quick math here. It's just over 3 runs a game. Let's say 3.3, right around 3.3. You're averaging losing by over 3 runs a game. See, the difference is with Cleveland, who has the worst offense in baseball right now, if you're wondering, and Miami's right there. They're fourth from the bottom. They've got really good pitching staff, so it kind of evens it out. But when you're off, when your pitching staff is trash and your offense is trash, your team tends to be trash. Your record tends to be trash. So I expect Soroka to pitch well enough, and hopefully the jet lag does not hit these kids with the bats and they go out there and just rake. Never give up an at-bat. That was a famous quote by Pete Rose years ago when they asked him, how did he become the hit king? Never give up an at-bat. He also said, never take the run line on a day game with the Braves. No, I'm joking. So anyways, if they go out there, this is something that they all need to be thinking of, especially Ronald Acuna Jr. This is a series where you pad your stats come MVP voting. Because you're going to go up against some tough pitching. You need to feast the next few nights. So that's how it lays out this series. It'll be Soroka, it'll be Elder, and then Schuster, Schuster's been pitching really well. I know his numbers don't necessarily speak to that right now. He'll come in Wednesday with a 1-2 and a 5.33 ERA. But Schuster, his last few outings, he has pitched very well, and it's been impressive stuff that you don't see on the paper. It has just been impressive to watch him and his command. And though he went out there and walked some folks against Philly, man, he was dotting the corners, and he had a terrible, terrible umpire that night. And I specifically can remember 2 walks that shouldn't have been walks. But he pitched well enough where he probably should have gotten the win on Friday night. I still feel like that they pulled him too early. He earned the right to get out of that game and not being asked to give the ball up and hope Joe Jimenez is going to shut it down. We all know how that's going to end. But Schuster's pitched well. Elder's obviously pitched well. His ERA is what? A 2.01 for the season right now. So all in all, we set ourselves up for what should be a possible sweep, you got to go out there and play the games. I'm not going to assume anything. All right, we're going to step aside here and get you ready for Braves Country Baseball. And let's get ready. Get your game face on, Braves Country. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Green. He's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red bells bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is the Oakland Coliseum in Oakland, California, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for your visiting Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr. playing right field, batting .333, 11 home runs, 30 RBI, 22 stolen bases. Matt Olson playing first, batting second, a homecoming with 16 home runs, 14 RBI, a stolen base, and a .236 average. Austin Riley batting third, playing third, 10 home runs, 28 RBI, a 267 average. Sean Murphy, a homecoming as well, former Oakland Athletic. He'll be batting cleanup behind the plate. 11 home runs, 37 RBI, batting 290. Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter. He's hitting 230 this year with 11 home runs, 22 RBI. Eddie Rosario in left with 5 homers, 18 RBI, a stolen base, and batting 237. Ozzie Albies, he's hitting 255 with 10 home runs, 34 RBI, a stolen base from second base. Orlando Arcia, shortstop, 4 home runs, 13 RBI, a 315 average. Michael Harris II, batting ninth and patrolling center field with 2 home runs, 8 RBI, 5 stolen bases, and a 180 average. On the mound tonight for your Atlanta Braves, for the first time in a long time, it's Michael Soroka, big number 40 from the right-hand side of the plate, comes in at 6'5", 225 pounds, born and raised in Calgary, and hitting the bump for your Atlanta Braves for the first time since 2020. He'll be going head-to-head with Paul Blackburn, also his first appearance this year. Blackburn, a right-handed pitcher from Antioch, California, 6'1", 196. Both pitchers making their debut for 2023. The hometown Oakland Athletics look like this tonight. Ruiz in center field, batting 268, home run, and 22 RBI. He has 27 stolen bases. Noda will start at first. 5 homers, 16 RBI, 2 stolen bases, and a 241 average. Seth Brown's the designated hitter. 3 home runs, 7 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting 208. Diaz is the shortstop tonight, batting 203, 1 home run, 8 RBI, and 1 stolen base. Blade in left field, you would remember him as a Miami Marlin, 3 home runs, 3 RBI, a 217 average. Laureano in right field with 5 home runs, 11 homers, 4 stolen bases, and a 205 average. Shane Langoliers, ex-Atlanta Brave, batting 207, 7 home runs, and 23 RBI. Jace Peterson, batting 194 with 3 home runs, 12 RBI, 5 stolen bases, former Bravo himself. And Bride is the number 9 hitter tonight, playing third base. He does not have an at-bat this year. 27-year-old, 5'10", 210 pounds, hails from Owasso, Oklahoma. And that's your lineup for tonight. Braves, A's, game 1 of a 3-game series. We'll have all 3 games right here on Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta comes in first place in the National League East, 32-21, 17-7 away from Truist Park. Oakland, 10-45 on the year, last place in the AL West, 5-23 at home. Umpires tonight behind home plate, it'll be Ryan Wills. First base umpire, Mark Rippinger. Second base, Phil Cousy. And third base umpire is Dan Bellino. Game time weather here will drop down to in the low 60s, high 50s. Should be clear skies. In the Oakland Coliseum that holds up to 46,847, though nowhere near that many are expected. So that gets you set for Braves versus A's. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair on Memorial Day. Get your game face on, Braves country. Good evening. I hope everybody's ready to rock with Mike Soroka night. As it was hectic for me to get in here, but I made it sliding in to third, about like the way Vogelback slides into first. So there you go. All right, let's get ready for Braves versus A's. They're just about ready to fire the first pitch out there, and I'm excited. I hope you all are too. And I'm going to venture to say that we probably have more fans in this room than the A's do in the stadium tonight. Atlanta's going to come in with their road grays, but the blue tops with Atlanta across the chest, red tomahawk, red letterings, white outline, red numbers on the back, and the white letters for the last names across the back. The Oakland A's are coming in with their traditional home white uniforms top to bottom, and the green lettering with the gold outline, athletics across the chest, green ball caps with the white A's, and yellow bill. We're just about set. When the first pitch is fired, we'll go ahead and refresh the screen, make sure there's no hiccups, as we're just about set for Braves country baseball. So Blackburn, his first start of the year as well, is just about ready, and it's baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way to Acuna is grounded over to the left side, and be an easy 5-3 put out. Get used to seeing that to start the game, don't we? And it's one away. Braves nothing. Here we go. We'll go ahead and reset that. Braves nothing, A's nothing, and Matt Olson gets a round of applause as he comes to the plate. First pitch on the way to Olson. Righty-lefty matchup is down below the knees, misses, and it's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and deals. Swing and pops it up. Let's stay in play. Remember, there's a huge area just going to bend out of play behind home plate. There's a huge area all throughout the Oakland Coliseum for foul balls. Left side, right side, even behind home plate. Very spacious, as this used to be a football field. So you've got an enormous... Man, they just panned the crowd. There's a lot more people behind home plate than there are down the lines. I think they crammed them in there to make it look better. The 1-1 on the way, 92 miles an hour, high and out of the zone, and it's 2-1. Gives you an appreciation for Braves country when you see other fan bases. The 2-1 pitch, way outside wide, it's 3-1. You could have your pick of the litter if you can make it to Oakland and catch a ball game. There, no one, you don't have to worry about one of those big hats being in front of you. That's for sure. The 3-1 fastball misses outside, ball 4, and Matt Olson will take the base. And there's 1 on and 1 away. And that's going to bring Austin Riley to plate. Austin Riley really has been hitting hot of late. Righty-righty matchup. Blackburn looks in, gets the sign, and the first pitch on the way is 92 miles an hour. Top shelf intercut for a strike. It's 0-1. Riley batting .267. The 0-1. And way outside wide, it's 1-1. Tries to get folks to, it registers as a sinker, but it really looks like a 12-6 short curve or maybe even a changeup. I'm sorry, it's registering as a cutter, but it really looks more like a changeup. The 1-1. High and inside. Oh, going to call that a wide inside strike. Home plate umpire Ryan Wills, keep an eye on where he calls the game tonight, and it's 1-2. So a fortuitous call for Blackburn has a 1-2 count to Riley. The 1-2 on the way outside wide. It's 2-2. Missed outside with the 4-seam. So he's gone sinker, cutter, curve, 4-seam. anywhere between 91 to 78 miles an hour. One on, one out. Sean Murphy standing on deck. The 2-2 on the way. Swinging that ball's rifled towards right field. It's going to get down where the green grass grows. Cutting it off is Laureano. Really good defensive play by Laureano to keep it to just a single, but Olsen does make it first to third. A lot of right fielders don't cut that off. Remember, Laureano used to be one of the better defensive center fielders in the game. He was suspended long-term for PEDs. When he came back, I don't think he's played much center field since. The few games that I've called of Oakland, he's always been camped out and right. From what I read, he does go to center from time to time to give a guy a day off, but he's typically the right fielder, but he still has a lot of range. So that'll bring Sean Murphy to the plate. Sean Murphy, righty-righty matchup, his homecoming, first time being in the Oakland Coliseum since he was traded from Oakland. Curveball hits at the knees for a strike, and it's 0-1. A lot of baseball going on today and tonight. We'll keep you up to date on the scores. And the 0-1 pitch down below the knees, misses. It's 1-1. Eastern Conference Finals between the Celtics and Heat. Boston trying to erase a 3-0 deficit. Be the first team ever to do that in the NBA. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on with that game. That game starts in about 20 minutes or so. Runners on the corners, one out. The 1-1 pitch off the plate wide. Tried to get him to go after the slider. 81 on the outer edge, and it's now 2-1. So 2-1. Runners on the corners, one out. Ozuna stands on deck. Murphy, 970 OPS, 11 home runs, 37 RBI. The 290 hitter, the 2-1 pitch swung on. That's grounded slowly in between second and short, and it's going to be an RBI single. And on the play, Riley goes first to third. The center fielder, Ruiz, bobbled the ball. Riley was already on his way, so I don't know if they're going to give him an error or not. I doubt that they do, but we'll see how that plays out. It looked like Riley would have made it anyways. As I'm watching the replay, he was already turning, so I don't think the error will be given. It'll just be a straight single, an RBI for Murphy. Great homecoming for him to start off. And now the bases, you got runners on the corners, one away, and Marcell Ozuna coming to the plate. Ozuna takes the first pitch off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Great seeing them get Mike Soroka an early lead. The 1-0 to Ozuna. Swing and a miss. It's probably the best slider he's thrown all night. I know the night is very, very young, but it's the best one I've seen him throw all night. Most of them have been way off the plate. That one just touched the zone and stayed in there. The 1-1 swung on and banged foul towards third. We'll do it again at 1-2. So you got a 1-2 count. The pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike three. Ozuna went fishing for a pitch way out of the zone and off the edge, and there's two away. That'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Rosario, lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way is a strike right there at the top shelf. It's 0-1. Rosario batting .237 from the left side, 5 home runs, 18 RBI. The 0-1. Swing and bangs it off the plate. It's 0-2. So you got an 0-2 count from Blackburn. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. The 0-2. The wind up the pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Went fishing for that slider again. So the top three wouldn't bite on that pitch, but the bottom two did. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead it 1-0, and Michael Soroka debut just around the corner.
You play to win the game.
Covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Brad, you might know the answer, but where's Dobbs' eyebrows? I have to know. The kid looks like an alien.
I actually found out where Dobbs' eyebrows went to. He mailed them to Anthony Davis of the Pelicans.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Before we start eating, just go around the table and say what we're thankful for.
I'm thankful that in 4 minutes, the Cowboys game is going to be on, and everyone is going to shut up.
Okay, it kind of needs to be about family.
I'm thankful that in 4 minutes, the Cowboys game is going to be on, and my family is going to shut up.
By 1800, town ball and its many variations were played nearly everywhere. On their way back from the Pacific Ocean, Lewis and Clark played a game of base with the Nez Perce Indians as they prepared to cross the Bitterroot Mountains. In the 1830s, on the western frontier of Missouri, ball was the favorite sport of Joseph Smith, the founder of a new religious sect called the Mormon. But back east in Cooperstown, New York, city fathers passed an ordinance restricting play after merchants complained about too many broken windows. Meanwhile, in New York City, they were starting to play a brand new version of the game.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country. Braves Country, what we've been waiting for. Michael Soroka is geared up, number 40, turns, flips it, and the first pitch is outside, down and away for a ball. It's 1-0, 89 miles an hour on the gun. First pitch on an Atlanta Braves mound since 2020. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Inside, just got it. Mayo got just a piece of it as it bounced foul back behind home plate. We'll do it again. It's 1-1. Ruiz batting .268. Base running threat. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded over towards third. Riley's got it. Easy 5-3 put out, and there's one away. Riley was playing in on the grass with Ruiz at the plate because he is known to drop bunts, try to drag him for base hits. He's up near 30 stolen bases already. So that'll bring Ryan Noda to the plate. Noda, first baseman, takes the first pitch right there for a strike, 93 miles an hour on the inner cut. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Soroka. Fastball misses high, just misses out of the zone. 1-1. The 1-1 from Michael. Inside. Tails in and bends Noda out of the way. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and pops it up. Should stay in play, but we'll see. Chasing back. No, just going to get past the screen behind home plate. And it's a 2-2 count. Thought that one was going to stay in play. So 2-2 from Soroka. Noda calls for time. The 2-2 on the way. Strike three called. Mike Soroka with his first strikeout. since 2020. Hit him with the slider up top, and it just buckled the knees of Noda, and there's 2 away. First pitch on the way to Brown is high and inside, and it's 1-0. Hope everyone's enjoying their Memorial Day, end of the Memorial Day weekend. What a treat to see Soroka back. Finally, we with the Atlanta Braves, the 1-0. Just on the outer edge, kissed the black for a strike. It's 1-1. Seth Brown's got a 665 OPS from the left side, 208, 3 home runs, 7 RBI. The 1-1 swing and a miss out in front, and it's 1-2. So Michael has gone fastball, changeup. We'll see how he tries to finish him off on a 1-2 count. Righty-lefty matchup. Soroka kicks and deals high and out of the zone, and it's 2-2. It's funny. I was expecting to see Soroka with the beard and everything that I've seen him in the minors for the last several starts. The 2-2 pitch swing, and that ball's grounded over towards the shortstop area where Riley is playing. It's going to be a 5-3 putout. 3 up, 3 down for Soroka. We'll be back in a flash. Bottom of the order for your Atlanta Braves.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
1 out, nobody on. 2-2 count to Pete Rose. We've just started a wet day in Baltimore. There's a fly ball down the right field line. Tough chance. It's in for a base hit. Rose is coming for 2. It gets away from Robinson. Rose hit the dirt. And had he rounded the bag, he might have gone for 3. He thought it would be a play on him at second.
Cincinnati's Charlie Hustle, Pete Rose, and this is the way Rose plays the game. Just 150% each and every time, whether the ball is there or not.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
Walt Whitman. Brooklyn Eagle, 1846. In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, we have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is glorious.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ozzie Albies comes to the plate and Blackburn misses with the first pitch down and low for a strike, for a ball, excuse me. It's 1-0, 91 miles an hour. Ozzie from the left side, open stance, the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, 92. Right there in the zone. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Kicks and deals, swung on and missed. That curveball giving the left-handers trouble. And it's 1-2. So you got a 1-2 count. The 1-2 inside fastball just misses off the edge on the inner part of the plate. Do it again. It's now 2-2. 2-2. Ozzie trying to get on base. The 2-2 pitch swing, and that ball is grounded foul. Started up again at 2-2. Standing on deck, Orlando Arcia. Michael Harris II is in the hole. The 2-2. Swung on and grounded foul just right of the first base bag. Braves 1, Oakland nothing. If you're just joining us, RBI single from Sean Murphy in the first. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and foul ball gets knocked back to the screen behind home plate. Once again, it's 2-2. The 2-2 from Blackburn. They set up outside. The windup, the pitch. Swung on and fouled back out of play. 2-2. You have to be aware of the foul grounds here in Oakland. They're so large. It lends itself to outs that normally would not be outs. The 2-2 pitch. Inside fastball just misses. Dangerously close. It's now a full count to Ozzie Albies. The 3-2 pitch from Blackburn. Righty-lefty matchup. The windup, the pitch. Swung on and grounded over towards the right side of the infield, right at the second baseman. Peterson will make the play. And there's one away. It's almost like a reunion here with all the ex-Braves and ex-Athletics here on the field. So Orlando Arcia will come to the plate. Arcia batting .315 with 4 home runs, .858 OPS. The windup, the pitch is way off the plate wide, 91 miles an hour. Four-seamer. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch just off the plate. He did not go around, said first base umpire Mark Rippiger, and it's 2-0. So a 2-0 count to Arcia. You got Harris looming on deck and Acuna in the hole. They're playing Arcia at a pull on the left side of the infield. The windup, the pitch, off the plate wide, slider misses. It's now 3-0. Blackburn, who was up to 35 pitches here in the top of the second. Talked about it in the pregame. Their staff, their bullpen, the worst in baseball, the 3-0 pitch. Off the plate, just kissed the absolute edge of the black, and it's 3-1. The staff as a whole is the worst in baseball. Their bullpen is 29th. The 3-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's rifled down the left field line. Just foul. Many feet foul into the stands, but man, did he put a wallop on that one. It had the distance, just couldn't stay straight. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Blackburn pulls the string on that one, and Arcia was trying to pull it out in front of it. There's now 2 away. Over under on this game tonight was 8.5 runs. Fairly normal for a Major League Baseball game. It seemed low to me considering Blackburn's first game is the first pitch on the way to Harris is misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. You consider what the Braves offense just did last night, and then the fact that the Oakland pitching staff is the worst in baseball. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, curveball right there at the knees. It's 1-1. Top of the fact that Blackburn nor Soroka are expected to go very long in this game. It's going to be a bullpen type of committee. The 1-1 pitch, down below the knees, ball 2. and it's 2-1. Sun's still pretty high in the sky here out in Oakland, California, just 5:30 local time. The 2-1. Swing and fists it up in the air. It's going to get out of play. It's 2-2. Arizona beat Colorado earlier today, 7-5. San Francisco all over Pittsburgh, 14-4. Believe that was Disco Stick on the mound for San Fran. LA 4-1 over Chicago already in the first. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and bangs it foul down the first base line. We'll do it once again. It's 2-2. Washington and the Dodgers, they get going a little later tonight, along with Seattle and New York. The Yankees. Mets and Phillies square off tomorrow, so we'll have an opportunity to gain ground on one of them. The 2-2 pitch just misses inside. What it looks like already is that Ryan Wills does not give that inside strike. Because if he did, we would have already been rang up a couple of times on that one. That's definitely a Greg Maddux strike if he's on the mound. The 3-2 pitch swung on and rifled into right field. Langoliers pauses, then has to make a leap to catch the ball, and that'll end the inning. Hell of a catch by Langoliers. I think the sun blinded him for a second, and somehow he caught on, but Harris absolutely scalded that one. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You don't like Drake? How could you not like Drake?
Who's Drake?
Who's Drake?
Drake is good.
I told you the Drake was bad. I hate the Drake.
You just robbed a house. You have all this great stuff that now belongs to you, but you got this annoying pang of guilt nagging at you. Well, worry no more, because your friends at Cell Block Greeting Cards have the answer for you. Introducing our new line of petty crime thank you cards. Before you smash and grab one of our cards and leave it behind on your next heist. Choose from any of these fine heartfelt cards like
thank you for the plasma TV,
or
thanks for the PlayStation, alcohol, and penny jar,
and
don't use your toothbrush.
For a limited time, introducing
I'm Still in the House.
And many more sentimental petty crime thank you cards. Available at any back alley, shadowy parking lot, or
Armchair.
Now I want to ask you about, wouldn't you rather have this name spelled G-O-O-S-H, the phonetic spelling, rather than all the S's, W's, and Z's?
Gives him some character, though.
G-W-O-S-D-Z is the spelling, but it's pronounced Goosh.
Well, his nickname is iChart, and you can understand that. It's about 72 points on the Scrabble board.
Well, then he ought to make a great umpire when he retires as a player. It's a bit low. Goosh, he's been around. I remember that name with other teams. He's been with Walla Walla, Reno, Amarillo, Hawaii, and San Diego. That even's a count, a ball, and a strike.
Did you go to many games in Walla Walla?
I like the name of it. It's one of my favorite towns. Do you know what Walla Walla spelled backwards sounds like? Allah, Allah. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't. I learn something every day working with you.
How'd we get started on this silly stuff?
You're listening. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Michael Soroka fires the first pitch of the bottom of the second, just misses for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on and bang foul, evening up the count at 1-1 to Diaz. Diaz, the shortstop, batting .203. The 1-1 pitch swing, and that ball is grounded. Hard foul, but well wide of the bag at third. And it's 1-2. The 1-2 from Soroka. The windup, the pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into left field. Going back on the track, making a leaping catch, and stealing the home run is Eddie Rosario for out number one. What a play by Eddie to bail out Soroka. Soroka gives him the nod, and you love to see that. Very reminiscent of the catch that Harris made at the wall against the Phillies. Timed that perfectly. There's one away. First pitch on the way to Blade is a strike at the knees, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 corkscrewed fouled back behind home plate. So an 0-2 pitch from Soroka, the big right-hander, turns, flips, and lets it fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3, got him. For out number 2. Good pitch by Soroka. Pulled the string on that one on the outer edge of the plate. Think he was looking for the hard stuff. First pitch on the way to Laureano is swung on and banged foul off the plate. It's 0-1. Domingo Germán is making his return for the first time since he got busted with the sticky stuff all over his pants and whatnot, coming back from the 10-game suspension. He's going up against Bryce Miller, if you remember him with the Mariners. Tough right-hander. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball just misses out of the zone. It's 1-1. Soroka so far with a very economical 22 pitches. The 1-1 just misses out wide. I think if it's framed better, he gets that strike, but they were set up inside and Murphy had to backhand it on the other side. The 2-1. Same situation. It's 3-1. The one before that was much closer to the plate. The 3-1 pitch, way off the plate, wide, ball 4, and Soroka loses the batter. 1 on in, 2 away. So 1 on and 2 out. Back to what I was saying earlier, I was expecting Soroka to come out with the beard and everything that he's been rocking in the minors, but he is clean shaven. Looks like a brand new haircut, a brand new man. The first pitch on the way to Langoliers is high and inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Kind of glad to see, because that's how I remembered him when he was on the mound 3 years ago. Saw him in spring training. I was like, man, he's aged like a decade. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. 92 miles an hour right there on the hands. Langoliers just behind it. 1-1. Shea Langoliers, of course, he came over from the Atlanta Braves in the trade last year. Righty-righty matchup. The 1-1 pitch misses high and out of the zone. It's 2-1. You got 2 former Braves and 2 former Athletics on both sides starting tonight. Murphy going out to the mound to talk to Soroka. We're just about set to get back going. Hit the scoreboard here in a moment when we get caught up. Langoliers climbs back into the box. The high socks. The wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball 94. That's the hardest one he's thrown so far. A little bit more oomph. And it's a 2-2 count. Diamondbacks beat the Rockies today 7-5. Twins over the Astros 7-5 in extras. Royals blanked the Cardinals 7-0. Cubs 1-0 gem against the Rays in Chicago. Rangers 5-0 over the Tigers. The 2-2 pitch, 1 on, 2 out. The windup, swing and a miss, strike 3, 94 miles an hour, top shelf, and that'll end the inning. So we'll grab the bats, top of the order. Let's get some more run support for Michael here on Braves Country.
Work is work. You don't show up late, you don't make excuses, and you don't not work. If it wasn't work, they wouldn't call it work. They call it super wonderful, crazy, fun time, or skippity-doo.
What do? This just got way too complicated.
I've got it. Here's what's going down. Corey, you talk to your team. You guys are going to decline that holding call.
Done.
Yo, wait, but hold on. Trayshawn, once we break this huddle, you're going to get out there and do some crazy celebration. I'm talking some humpies. Whatever you got to do, you do it.
Okay, I got you.
I'm going to call unsportsmanlike conduct on the celebration, giving the Whites better field position after the kickoff. Coach, I need you to talk to your team about letting them run that kickoff back.
Why would I do that?
Think about it. Defense, special team, it's all one. You let them run that kick back, both your defenses get 6 points.
Nice.
Okay, everyone good here?
Yeah.
Nope. Once again, my kicker is getting no love.
Oh, shut up, Bill. Your team is in first place. Plus, you're about to get an extra point for the PAT.
Yeah, don't be greedy, Bill.
Stop being greedy, Bill. Bill.
Fine.
Bill. Yeah, Bill.
He said fine.
Bill.
Bill. Yeah, Bill. You, Bill.
All right, let's do this. Get out there.
Wait a minute. Trayshawn comes in with a very delayed celebration here. Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another
Armchair.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
When the University of Illinois played Northwestern, Illinois rooters fired blanks into the air. Much more convenient than yelling, the campus paper said, and has a better effect on the visiting team. And when the Princeton Tigers beat Yale, their fans roared right onto the field.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 1-0. Top of the order coming back to the plate, the former Ronald Acuna Jr. He grounded out on the first pitch to start the game. And first pitch here is a strike on the outer edge to Acuna. Fastball on the black. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Way high, bounces away from the home plate. Evening up the count at 1-1. Acuna batting .332. The wind up the pitch down below the knees, called for a really low strike. Acuna doesn't like it and is very, very visible about it. Shaking his head, looking to the sky. I don't blame him. That was down below the knees. Now, there's been worse calls made today, but you hate that one because it really changes the at-bat. The 1-2 pitch, swing and saws it off foul over towards first base dugout area. It's 1-2. Low-scoring game in the Eastern Conference Finals. Boston leads Miami 9-6 midway through the first. The 1-2. Time is called. Acuna needing a second. Sorry, I think I said 1-2, the 2-2. 2-2 on the way. Swing, and that ball's lifted high in the sky, but not very deep. Running and fighting the sun is Laureano. He'll make the catch in right center, shallow right center for one away. Yeah, when you get called a low strike like that on a 1-1, you absolutely just flip-flop the at-bat. You go from a 2-1, the guy's got to give you something, to now he can dance all around you the next 3 pitches. So that'll bring Olson to the plate. Olson walked his first time up and takes a 94-mile-an-hour fastball right there on the inner cut. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lets it fly. Curveball, outer edge. Called for a high strike. It's 0-2. The 0-2 to Olson. The wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 91 miles an hour. Top shelf maybe have been a touch high, and there's 2 away. Blackburn now settling down. He's only at 53 pitches now. Would have liked to have seen it up a little higher. Maybe they can do something here with 2 outs. The first pitch on the way to Riley is a curveball that is grounded foul. 0-1. Braves 1, A's nothing. Top of the 3rd inning. Happy Memorial Day to everybody out there. We will have tomorrow night's game, though we know it's a late one. We're going to bring it to you, 9:40 Eastern, the 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is going to get dumped into left field. Austin Riley just raked it over the head of the third baseman right in that area. And it's a 2-out single to keep this inning going. It's a curveball on the outer edge of the plate. I don't even know how he pulled that. He barely got the outer edge of the bat on it. Was able to get out in front and pull it. And that'll bring Sean Murphy to the plate, who's 1 for 1 with an RBI. The first pitch on the way to Murph is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Misses high, ball 2, 2-0. Marcell Ozuna stands on deck. Have a quick timeout here. Umpire's going out there. I don't know what he's looking at. They're examining the ball, or maybe his hand. Oh, that's the trainer that I mistook the trainer for the umpire. Both wearing black shirts and don't have hats on. I thought that was the umpire checking his hand, but that was the trainer looking at it. It took me a second to realize that the umpire was standing on the mound, but just behind him. Might have been checking him to see if he had a blister or whatnot. So Blackburn will go back to work. Murph digs in on a 2-0 count. 2 outs, 1 on. Riley leans off first, the 2-0 pitch. Just off the plate, wide ball 3, 3-0. Sean Murphy standing in there on a 3-0 count. Ozuna on deck. The 3-0 down below the knees, ball 4. And it's a 4-pitch walk to put runners on first and second. 2 outs. But Marcell Ozuna, one of the hottest hitters in baseball, coming to the plate. So Ozuna, who's 0 for 1. First pitch misses outside, wide slider, misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. See, the White Sox are wearing their City Connects tonight. Not a big fan of theirs, but anything's better than those Baltimore ones. Curious to see. This is the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Curveball way off the plate, and it's 1-1. If you take the Braves out of the equation, what is your favorite City Connect jersey that you've seen? Because I found an article, and it is an odd list because I feel like they've got it backwards. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. He is just flailing at that curveball off the plate. And they know it. I would expect he's going to see that at least one more time this at bat. The 1-2 swing and pops it up. Yep, same pitch. They got him on that outside curveball, and that's an easy out, number 3. Braves do get a couple on and run that pitch count up a little bit. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Oh, yeah? Well, me and the Lord, we got an understanding. We're on a mission from God.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac McGee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
NBA tradition says rookies must carry all veterans' bags on road trips. But a rookie, Larry Bird, on his very first road trip with the Boston Celtics, stood up in front of every veteran on the bus and said, "I want you guys to know, I'm never going to get you any water, and I'm never going to carry one bag, ever." And he never did.
Armchair.
Bad food and overpriced drink had been sold at ballparks since the 1850s, but it took one very ambitious British-born caterer to turn concessions into an empire. Harry M. Stevens had begun his career hawking scorecards in the 1880s, all the while regaling the crowds with quotes from Byron and Shakespeare. By 1901, he was peddling hard-boiled eggs, ham sandwiches, ice cream, and slices of pie in stadiums from New York to Ohio. Then, one cold afternoon, when ice cream sales slowed at the Polo Grounds, he sent out for German sausages, which he put in long buns so fans could hold and eat them. He had made his greatest contribution to the game, introducing hot dogs to the ballpark.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Soroka to Jace Peterson is swung on and pounded high in the sky, not very deep. Michael Harris II will make the catch, and there's one away. Braves 1, A's nothing. First pitch on the way to Bride is a strike right there, top of the zone. He did not like it. It's on 1. The 0-1 off the plate wide, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. The 1-2 pitch just misses outside. It's 2-2. Two swung on and grounded in between second and short. It's going to be a 1-out single for Bride in the top of the order coming to the plate. That'll bring up Ruiz, and Ruiz takes a first pitch swing, and he slaps one into right field. And trouble a brewing here in the bottom of the third. Runners on first and second, 1 out, and Noda, the big left-hander, coming to the plate. Ryan Noda's 0 for 3 with a strikeout in the first. Righty-lefty matchup, the first pitch, and he hits him. So Soroka, starting to unravel here, has loaded the bases with one out. His previous starts down on the farm, his control has been very, very iffy. So you got ducks all over the pond, one away. And you got to argue probably their best hitter coming to the plate in Seth Brown, the designated hitter. Seth Brown, left-handed designated hitter, plays a lot of outfield, some first base. He can put a charge into one if he gets a hold of it. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good pitch by Soroka on the edge. And it's 0-1. The 0-1 on the way. Swung on and missed. Good pitch. Pulled the string on that one. It ended up down around his ankles. Started up around the letters. Nice change up by Soroka. And it's 0-2. If he can get that pitch to start dropping, we'll have something going here. The 0-2 from Soroka. Murph sets up outside. The wind up the pitch, swung on and grounded over to second. It's going to be a 4-6-3 inning ending double play to end the inning. So they're going to challenge it, but let me look at the replay here. Yeah, he's out. So that'll end the inning. Soroka says, get out of here. We're heading into the top of the fourth. Braves lead it 1-0.
Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
I only drink alcohol on days that start with a T. So that's Tuesday, Thursday, today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
It is an American odyssey that links sons and daughters to fathers and grandfathers. And it reflects a host of age-old American tensions between workers and owners, scandal and reform, the individual and the collective.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves Oakland Athletics. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario, who's 0 for 1, is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 right there at the knees for a strike, 91 miles an hour. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Good take by Eddie. and it's 1-2. Eddie with the 668 OPS, 5 home runs, 18 RBI. The 1-2 delivery. Blackburn lets it fly, swung on, and just got a piece of that curveball on the bottom corner of the zone. Outer edge. A 1-2 to Rosario. Wind up pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, 92 miles an hour. So that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie takes the first pitch high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Down below the knees, ball 2, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's 2-1. Blackburn now at 71 pitches here in the top of the fourth. The 2-1 to Ozzie. Fastball swung on. That ball's belted down the right field line, but foul. Smoked it down the right field line into the seats. Plenty foul. He was definitely on it. The 2-2 from Blackburn. Swing, and that ball's lifted down the right field line. Will it stay fair? It will. It's going to get down into the corner and up against the wall. Ozzie cruises around first, heads into second with the 1-out double. Good piece of hitting by Ozzie. Threw that curveball down and in, and Ozzie just kept the bat back and was able to guide it into the right field corner. Didn't swing too hard, swing too fast. He just made sure he made solid contact. So that'll put Ozzie on second with 1 out. Orlando Arcia to the plate. The first pitch is a strike, 88-mile-an-hour cutter, about letter high on the outer part of the plate. It's 0-1. Arcia struck out in the second. 313 average, 4 home runs. A base hit would be a run. The 0-1. Off the plate wide, curveball misses, and it's 1-1. Standing on deck is Harris. Then we'd be back to the top of the order with Acuna and company. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and out of play back behind home plate. It's 1-2. You can tell where the A's have crammed fans behind home plate. I don't know if they do it out of a lottery off the tickets. So I doubt all those people are paying high dollar tickets, high dollar prices to go to A's games, but they've crammed them behind there so it looks more crowded when you're watching the game. The 1-2 is fouled back out of play. Do it again at 1-2. It's kind of comical. You see it. You see the home plate and they're crammed behind home plate. You're like, man, they've got a good crowd. And then it pans out for a foul ball, whatever. There's like nobody. It's a ghost town. So 1-2 count to Arcia. Called strike 3 on the corner. Outer edge at the knees. RC doesn't like it. Yells something as he's walking away, and there's 2 outs. Found the link that has the different pictures of the City Connect jerseys. During the break, what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll through them and then go back to the scoreboard. Folks get a chance to see some of these. So I'm curious to see which ones y'all like and which ones you hate. First pitch on the way to Harris is off the plate. Just misses. Blackburn wanted that call. It's 1-0. Blackburn up to 79 pitches now. Got to figure if this continues, 5 innings would be his limit. The 1-0 just misses high. It's 2-0. Time is called for a second. Looks like they're getting a new ball. Meanwhile, the Celtics are finding a way to choke away their own game. They're down 12 in the second after coming back 3-0. The 2-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards first. Should be playable. Scoop and a flip by Noda to the covering Blackburn, and that'll end the inning. 3-1 put out. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Triple decker burn! It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Now Don Mattingly, an emerging star. Mattingly last year was called up by the Yankees from Columbus the day Bobby Mercer retired. He'd been with them prior to that, but had been sent out. And he's not only won a spot on the roster, he's in the lineup, he's hitting third, and he's leading the league at .338. Randolph at first base. That's drilled to the gap in right center field, and it is off the fence. Randolph was running all the way, so he is being waved in. Whitaker's going to Parrish, is not in time on a double by Mattingly.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
In 1856, a British-born music teacher and enthusiastic cricketer named Henry Chadwick saw the Knickerbockers play the New York Gothams and became an instant convert to baseball. Chadwick developed the box score, wrote and edited the most popular players' manual, and launched one of the first baseball columns, covering the Knickerbockers and their challengers, the Gothams, Eagles, Empires, Excelsiors, and Atlantics, in the pages of the New York Clipper. And he began keeping comparative statistics so that he could measure one player's performance against another's.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Soroka is grounded over to Riley. 5-3 put out, and there's one away. During the next break, I'll scroll through the last of the City Connects, but you get an idea of what most of them look like. First pitch on the way to Blade, who's 0 for 1, is a fastball swing and a miss. Strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on and grounded foul. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, swing and bangs it foul off the plate. Do it again at 0-2. Soroka digs in and lets it fly. Changeup misses off the plate. It's 1-2. So he's gone sinker, changeup, changeup, changeup. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball, 95, misses high and out of the zone. It's 2-2. Fastest fastball we've seen from him tonight. The 2-2 from Soroka. Swing and banged over towards first. Olson's got it, steps on the pillow, and there's out number 2. So that'll bring Laureano to the plate. Laureano takes the first pitch at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 on the way. Called for a bit of a wide strike on the outer edge. It's 0-2. Laureano walked his first time up, now down 0-2. Bullpen is getting busy from Oakland. The 0-2 pitch swung on, grounded over towards short. Arcee's got it, fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout to end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Top of the order coming to the plate for your Atlanta Braves.
If dating is the game, then marriage is winning the game.
Yeah, if you're playing in the women's league.
Hey, fantastic. Every single one of you. I mean, I'm not just talking about these last 60 minutes. I'm talking about the quarterback schools, the mini camp, the off season, the training camp, down in Austin when it was hot and you were tired. Everybody, you did one hell of a job. And the only thing else I got to say is, how about them Cowboys?
Armchair.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
First thing about it, and this seems so obvious that maybe we overlook it, baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park that's asymmetrical and quirky, but even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Lucas Ursage comes into the game. 4 innings pitched at .225 average, and he'll face Ron Acuna Jr. First pitch is a strike on the outer edge. 97 miles an hour, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 to Ronnie. Swing and foul back out of play. It's 0-2. Was wondering what time the shadows would become an issue. And they are starting to creep across home plate as we speak. So for the next inning or so, we'll be dealing with that. You got the bright sun over the mound. Quite a contrast in the shadows at the plate. The 0-2's high and out of the zone. It's 1-2. The 1-2 on the way. Oh. Called for a wide ball. Ronnie's really fortunate he didn't get rung up there because they have been calling that a strike almost all night long. The 2-2 on the way to Acuna. Swing, and that ball's grounded back up the middle over the head of the pitcher, but to the second baseman. It's going to be a 4-3 put out. Peterson, Tenoda, if you're scoring at home. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson is 0 for 1 with a walk. Struck out swinging his last time up. The first pitch is swung on and dribbled over towards first. And they're going to say that ball stayed fair. Esurge had to scoop it, then reach back and dive towards Olson, who was running down the line, and tagged him on the wallet. Yeah, it looks like he got it just before it went fair. It really depends on the replay they're showing is a lousy one because they're showing it from the side. You'd really would need to see where the ball was down the line. I definitely think he made the tag. It's whether or not the ball was still in play. But nonetheless, first pitch on the way from Esurge to Riley is 1-0. Down and away. Austin Riley, 2 for 2. Single to right, a single to the left. The 1-0 pitch just misses high. It's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Riley digs in. Easter's taking a while to, you better be careful. The 2-0 right there for a strike. 99 on the inner cut. 2-1. He was down to about 2 seconds, 1 second when he finally let that pitch fly. The 2-1. Swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. 99 miles an hour. And it's 2-2. Angels lead the White Sox in the fourth 4-1. The 2-2 pitch caught looking. That was a 99 mile an hour pitch right there on the outer edge. No doubt about that. We'll be back in a flash. The bottom of the order for the A's coming to the plate.
You're very lucky that you're with somebody as resilient.
You tried to off yourself 2 times in the last 24 hours, Frank.
A single scores at least one, probably two, with Adrianza's speed. Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing eye single, trying to find any way to get a runner home. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Buehler's got to be coming to the end of his string. For him to piece together this many pitches on 3 days rest, he's really done an incredible job. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? It is gone, baby! Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, zit, boom, bam, a 3-run shot by Eddie Rosario. Eddie Rosario makes it 4-1 Atlanta.
Did you know that in the 1970s, a man left his house and walked to the Golden Gate Bridge and jumped off the bridge? When his loved ones went to his house, they discovered a note that said, "I'm walking to the Golden Gate. If one person smiles, I'm not going to jump." You don't know what other people are going through. Sometimes all that person needs is a warm smile from a stranger.
Armchair.
It is a haunted game in which every player is measured against the ghosts of all who have gone before. Most of all, it is about time and timelessness, speed and grace, failure and loss, imperishable hope and coming home.
Robinson with a good lead. There he goes. He hits the dirt and he's safe.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Soroka is a strike right there, and it's 0-1. The 0-1. Called for a strike on the outer edge. Sinker. Both in the low 90s to start this off. Langoliers is 0 for 1 with the strikeout in the second. Soroka, only 53 pitches in. The 0-2 pitch. Whoa, inside. Did that get him? They're going to say it did. It hit somebody because the ball went flying the other direction. Wasn't sure if that hit him or the umpire, but it looks like it hit Langoliers. Yeah, it hit him on the shoulder and ricocheted off the mask of home plate umpire Ryan Wills. He seems to be okay. So Soroka puts another free pass on, and the first pitch on the way to Peterson. He's going to drag bunt one towards first. Good play by Olsen. Fires it down to second. Not going to have enough time to get Peterson, who still runs well, even this far into his career. But, man, that was a smooth play by Olsen. It was a one-hopper. He turned and fired it to second. Arcia wisely kept it in his pocket after he made the catch. Soroka lets it fly, and the first pitch on the way to Bride, who's 1 for 1, is right there for a strike, top of the zone. It's 0-1. Soroka turns and flips it over to first to keep Peterson close by. One on, one out. The 0-1 pitch from Soroka. Michael lets it go. Whoa, right there at the top of the zone. It's not going to get the call. Slider. It's going to show it just touching the top of the zone, but he hasn't been calling the high ones right there. He's been calling them lower. No real expectation to get that call. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's going to get dropped down into center field. It is a single, and Peterson puts on the brakes, thinks about heading to third, but thought better of it. Now runners on first and second and one out. It's a little bit of trouble of brewing, and Shea Langoliers will come to the plate. Langoliers, former Atlanta Braves prospect. I'm sorry, I'm backwards here. It's Ruiz. I don't know what I was. First pitch on the way to Ruiz, and he swings and smokes that into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and the game is tied. On the play, Rosario threw a bad ball towards home plate, and it got away from Murphy. So runners on second and third and one out. He laid that one right there. And Soroka really getting pounded here, third time through the lineup. The throw was offline. Regardless, I would have liked to have seen him throw to third to keep the runners where they were. So now a single is going to give him a 2-run lead. The first pitch on the way to Noda is a strike. Swing and a miss on the changeup. It's 0-1. Need a strikeout, a pop out, something here. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted. And that ball is gone. Just over the right field wall. Just like that, Soroka's coughed up a 3-run home run. The Braves trail 4-1 to the worst team in baseball. It was I really was expecting going into tonight that Soroka would have a short lease if he showed any signs And he was definitely showing signs well before this at bat. So Oakland leads at 4-1. Braves bats are going to have to get busy now. The first pitch on the way to Brown is a strike on the inner cut, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouled it back out of play. It's 0-2. You could see him getting more and more of the plate. Last handful of batters. The 0-2 pitch. Inside 96 miles an hour. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and grounded over towards second. Backhanded by Ozzie. Flips it over to first. And a 4-3 put out. So Brown is retired. And that brings Diaz to the plate. Diaz. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch is a strike right there at the knees on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 just off the plate wide. It's 1-1. You might remember Alodimus Diaz. He started with the Cardinals back in 16 and then was with the Astros the last 3 seasons. The 1-1 pitch swung on, grounded up the middle. Ozzie's there. He's got it. Flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out. We'll head to the 6th inning. Braves offense need to bail out Soroka. It's 4-1 Oakland.
Cool. Wizard versus nerd. Strike you down with my spell. No, science is the answer.
Northern Tool and Equipment.
My girlfriend has given me a pet name.
I'm afraid to ask.
Snuggle Muffin.
No, it isn't.
And she uses it in public.
Okay, so give your girlfriend a pet name she'll hate, like Thunder Chunky.
I couldn't do that.
I see. Too harsh for Snuggle Muffin. Okay. Drown her out with a 200-mile-per-hour cordless leaf blower.
Got it. Here she comes.
Hey, Snuggle Muffin. What are you doing, Snuggle? I am so out of here.
Wait. Come back, Thunder Chunky.
There's no problem a little horsepower can't solve.
Armchair.
Rainey against Leary. The way that Leary is pitching, we may have to go back to the hotel and stay in this lousy town for another night. Might be too late to get out of the airport. Boy, he's a slow worker. There's a strike call.
Statute. What? Statute of limitations. It's not a statue. No, it's statue. Fine. It's a sculpture of limitations.
In 1866, at Vassar College, a group of freshmen, with the support of a female physician who thought exercise for women essential to good health, formed the Laurel and Abenakis Baseball Club. Other colleges soon followed suit. They did not play for long.
One day, a student, while running between bases, fell with an injured leg. We attended her to the infirmary with the foreboding that this accident would end our play of baseball.
The teams were soon forced to disband. The game was considered far too violent for young ladies to play.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 4-1. Sean Murphy comes to the plate, takes the first pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1. Ursich back to work, and the 0-1 pitch fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. Lucas Ursich, 28 years old, from San Jose, California. Played his college days in Menlo. Was drafted by the Brewers. As the 0-2 pitch misses high, it's 1-2. Drafted by the Brewers in the second round in 2016. Made his debut in the major leagues this year, just 5 innings ago. The 1-2 pitch 99 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 2-2. And he's got an arm. The 2-2 on the way. Righty-righty matchup. High and inside. Ball 3-2. Kind of a close shave up top. So Murphy will dig in on a 3-2 pitch. The wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3 for out number 1. So Murphy goes away quietly. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate, who's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a pop out. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is 98-mile-an-hour fastball inside. It's 1-0. That Noda home run, by the way, this tells you, if you're not able to see it, this tells you how barely that got over the wall. 355 feet. The 1-0 pitch. Right there below the knees. Called for a low strike. The home plate umpire, Ryan Wills, it's 1-1. The 1-1. Way off the plate wide, 2-1. Two-one on the way to Ozuna. The wind up the pitch. Right there on the outer edge, called for a strike. It's 2-2. Ozuna rolling his eyes, but he's been calling that wide low pitch all night long. And that one was pretty close to being on the zone. It might have been a touch off, but you can't split hairs. You got to know if it's right there, he's going to call it. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball misses high. It's 3-2. So a full count to Marcell. On deck is Rosario. Ozzie in the hole. 3-2 pitch swing, and that ball's grounded over towards second. Making the play, flipping it over to first is Peterson, and it's a 4-3 put out for out number 2. Braves come into tonight's action. 4.5 in front of Miami, 5.5 in front of New York, 7 in front of Philly, and 9 in front of Washington. Only Washington is in action tonight. First pitch on the way to Rosario is a strike about belt high, and it's 0-1. You always worry about when you go on the West Coast trip after a Sunday night game, I mentioned it in the pregame, what the bats are going to be like, and they have not been awake. The 0-1 pitch. Inside high strike. It's 0-2. Rosario rolling his eyes, but it's right there. The 0-2 to Eddie. They set up outside. Swing and fouls it back. Do it again at 0-2. The Sunday night baseball games, they can be fun to watch and whatnot, but they're usually brutal for the team if they have to play the following day, especially if you have to travel. 0-2 pitch on the way. Off the plate wide. Did not go around. It's 1-2. Third base umpire Dan Bellino said he held up. Eddie trying to do something to get on base, cause some havoc. The 1-2. Swing and just got a piece of that to keep it alive. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. Angels, White Sox 4-2 in the 5th. Nationals on top of the Dodgers 1-0. That game just got underway. Mariners and Yankees get started at 9:40. All the other games are in the books. The 1-2. Down below the knees, taken for a low ball. It's 2-2. The 2-2. High and out of the zone. 98 miles an hour. About eye high. And on the outer edge of the plate. So now you got a full count to Rosario. Ozzie on deck. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and pops it up. Is that going to stay in play? It does not. Bends into the crowd just behind home plate, and it's 3-2. The 3-2 pitch, strike three, caught looking right there on the plate. And that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down, bottom of the 6th. We go. Braves trail it 4-1.
You couldn't figure out the world spirit for yourself? It's just common sense. Anybody knows you gotta keep your worlds apart.
I'm going to go, and I guess to hone it in, I was going to say chemicals, but cleaning supplies.
Okay, yeah, I like it.
You can go cheap on them. You can buy store brand. Doesn't clean to your satisfaction. Just add a little more to it.
What you and I have told the American public today is there's certain things that you don't want to go cheap on, but if it comes down to your health or your cleanliness, you're fine with it.
Armchair.
We sitting here, I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we're in here talking about practice. Not a game. We talking about practice.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Every magnate in the country is indebted to this man, Harry Wright, for the establishment of baseball as a business, and every patron for furnishing him with a systematic recreation. Every player is indebted to him for inaugurating an occupation by which he gains a livelihood, and the country at large for adding one more industry to furnish employment: sporting life.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. They are going to send Soroka back out there on the mound. Trying to end him on a good note. He's just at 69 pitches. The first pitch on the way misses. It's 1-0. Soroka quickly back to work, fires the 1-0 to Blade. Called for an outer edge strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 down and way off the plate inside. It's 2-1. Same two teams back at it tomorrow night. 9:40 first pitch will come on with the pregame show at 9. The 2-1 pitch swung on. That ball is hammered into right field and right at Acuna just before the warning track. He'll make the catch for out number 1. So 1 down. Laureano comes to the plate. Laureano takes a wide slider off the edge, called a ball. It's 1-0. And though it was a ball, the Braves would have some beef there because that's been called a strike with Oakland on the mound. The 1-0 misses same general area. It's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and bangs it foul. Past third base. It's 2-1. The 2-1. Inside, ball 3, 3-1. The 3-1 from Soroka. Just misses off the plate. Did he go around? He did go around home first base umpire Mark Reppinger after home plate umpire Ryan Wills asked for the ruling. So now it's a full count. The 3-2 pitch, top of the zone, does not get the call. Murph looks back at home plate umpire to ask Wills where it missed, because that pitch has been called a strike all night long. Once again, it's not a strike, but he's been given that a strike. And that's the frustrating thing when you have a home plate umpire. If you're going to have a bad strike zone, just be consistent. That's all we ask. It's just about time to turn back time. Remember something, Braves fans, as the first pitch on the way to Langoliers is a swing and a miss on the changeup. It's 0-1. First of all, Soroka's changeup's been really good tonight. He really needs to use that a little more often. Second of all, Oakland does have the worst bullpen in baseball. We still have 3 more cracks at it. The 0-1 pitch called for a wide strike in that same area. I was just talking about the last at bat. He got the call for strike 2. Same area was called a ball two times in a row. Unbelievable, this guy. Langoliers doesn't like it. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and pops it up. Will that stay in play? Murph gives chase. It will stay in play. Making the catch near the on-deck circle for out number 2. So Jace Peterson will come to the plate. Peterson, 0 for 2. First pitch on the way is inside. Slider misses. Well off the plate inside. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Soroka flips it over to first. And it's 1-1. The 1-0 on the way. Swing and pops it up. And that'll be out number 3. Arcia catches it just past the infield. So we'll head to break. Top of the 7th, bottom of the order. We'll be back.
Let me sum it up. Twitter's stupid, and Instagram is Twitter for people who can't read.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
This year, choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3 ounce serving. Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
The magnitude of the conspiracy stunned the baseball world. The Louisville Grays suspended the accused players, who claimed they had only done it because their owners had failed to pay them their wages. Devlin was brought before National League President William Hulbert.
Devlin was in tears. Hulbert was in tears. I saw Hulbert take a $50 bill and press it into the palm of the prostrate player. And then I heard him say, "That's what I think of you personally. Damn you, Devlin, you are dishonest. You have sold a game, and I can't trust you. Now go and let me never see your face again, for your act will not be condoned so long as I live. Albert Goodwill Spaulding."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ursich is going to go back out there again. I was hoping we'd see someone else because he's been pretty tough so far. First pitch is in the dirt to Ozzie. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-1. you got to figure Soroka's probably done for the day. He got the handshakes and everything when he went in. So 6 innings, 4 earned runs. Not great, but not bad. The 1-1 fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. Simple fact of the matter is it's been the offense that hasn't shown up. They weren't expecting the moon and stars from Soroka the first time out. The 1-2 pitch inside. Ball 2, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and fouls the slider just past first base line. Do it again at 2-2. Soroka's line, 4 runs, 2 walks, 3 Ks, 6 innings. The 2-2 pitch swung on and grounded over towards first. Backhanded by Noda, flips it to first. Covering the bat is E-Surge. There's one away. Lando Arcia comes to the plate. Arcia 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. First pitch on the way to Arcia is a fastball. Misses high. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Whoa. Down below the knees, called for a strike. It's 1-1. One pitch from E-Surge. Righty-righty matchup. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. I think that's one of those ones. That's a frustration swing. The 1-2 pitch on the way. The wind-up. Swing, and that ball's lifted high into center field. Not very deep. Easy out number 2. The Braves offense just is absolutely non-existent since about the first inning on. Michael Harris II will come to the plate. That's the bad news. The good news is, this team can score in a hurry, and the A's bullpen can be gotten to. First pitch on the way to Michael is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. Those shadows are gone, so no longer an issue. The 1-0. Right there for a strike. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted high and deep into the upper deck, but it's going to be foul, plenty foul, for a loud strike 2. Knew by the swing he got in a hold of that one, but you're just praying somehow that thing stayed straight, but it was nowhere close. Top of the 7th. 2 outs. The 1-2 pitch. Down below the knees. Good take by Harris, and it's 2-2. The 2-2 to Harris. They set up outside. The wind up, the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. 96 miles an hour up around his helmet. And that'll end the inning. We're going to step away for the 7th inning stretch and be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All 1, 2, 3.
Casey, Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Katie Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. I need some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home all game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first name, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Me out to the ball game. Me out to the crowd. I don't care if I ever get back. Root for the home.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, the Atlanta Braves. Oakland A's, 4-1 Oakland. So we head to the bottom of the 7th. Braves running out of opportunities. Just 2 more at bats. Looking ahead to the 8th inning. So we get you caught up on the scoreboard real quick. Nationals lead the Dodgers 1-0 in the 4th. Angels 4-3 over the White Sox. That game is in the 6th. Miami leads Boston by 10 points in the middle of the 3rd in the Eastern Conference Finals. Yankees and Mariners just got underway. It's 0-0 heading to the 2nd. Earlier today, Guardians beat the Orioles 5-0, Rangers 5-0 over the Tigers, Royals 7-0 over the Cardinals, Cubs 1-0 over the Rays, and the Twins 7-5 over the Astros, Rockies 7-5. Diamondbacks 7-5 over the Rockies, Giants 14-4 on Pittsburgh. First pitch on the way from Kirby Yates, who enters the game. Misses way outside wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Right there for a strike on the outer edge. Evening up the count to Bride. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch pulled the string on this splitter out and over it. It's 1-2. Bride had 2 for 2 on the night. The number 9 hitter, 27 years old from Oklahoma, played college ball at South Carolina. The 1-2 pitch swung on, grounded over towards third. Riley's got it, fires it over to first. And it's a 5-3 put out for out number 1. Oakland A's come into tonight with an 11-game losing streak. The first pitch on the way to Ruiz, who's 2 for 3. Downstairs for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Right there for a strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. I don't know if anyone ever answered him, but I see Ramsey's comment. I'm assuming you're talking about Kyle Wright. The 2-1 inside and hits him. So Ruiz will head down to first on a free pass. High and off the shoulder. He's getting checked out by the trainer. Didn't look as serious as it was, but he's not a very big guy. It might have got him in the ribs, not sure. Yeah, Kyle Wright was sent to the 60-day IL, so he won't be back till after the All-Star break. They're hoping Max Fried will be back around the All-Star break. But the way Schuster's been pitching, and now they've added Soroka, you wonder what the move will be when he does come back. You would think it's Soroka to stay up. Could they possibly go to a 6-man rotation? Ruiz appears to be okay. He's going to head down to first after talking to the trainer. Braves trailed by 3 here in the bottom of the 7th. Noda 1 for 2 on the night. Yates lets it fly, and the 94-mile-an-hour fastball on the outer edge called for a strike. Is right there at 0-1. Ryan Noda, 27-year-old from Vola, Illinois, went to college to the Cincinnati Bearcats. The 0-1. Turning a flip, and they say Yates picked off the runner right there at first. Ruiz is up saying challenge it. He doesn't think he was out. And the A's are going to challenge it. We're going to see what happened here. It's a pretty good challenge. I mean, a pretty good pickoff move. I mean, if it looks like he got the bottom of his wallet. Ruiz doesn't think that he tagged him. The question's going to be, is there enough evidence? Because that is a very ticky-tack one. You're going to have to kind of rely on the umpire on the field unless they can really blow up that picture and see something I'm not seeing right now. The ball and the tag beat the runner back to the bag. Question is he was bending out of the way. Now they're just showing an awful replay. I mean, that thing might as well be from the blimp. Who is the production assistant? I mean, it looks like he tags him on the wallet. Just because Ruiz didn't feel it doesn't mean that he didn't get him back there on the wallet. We'll see what the call is. He is out. That's what I figured. I didn't think they could. And what's funny is Ruiz is over there telling Olsen, I'm safe. And Olsen just motioned to him, go sit your ass in the dugout. Olsen's got a wry grin on his face. I think Ruiz showed up after that, but they might have been former teammates. I was thinking he came in last year. First pitch on the way to Noda. Second pitch on the way to Noda is inside for a ball. It's 1-1. 2 outs now. The 1-2 to Noda. Swing and a miss. Nice splitter right there. One of the better splitters I've seen him throw all year, and it's 1-2. If he can start getting that to fall. Bottom of the 7th. 2 outs. The 1-2 pitch. They set up high. Fastball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him. 93 down the pipe, and that'll end the inning. So we'll head to the top of the 8th, down by 3, but the big 3 are coming to the plate. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Bro, Blake, play for the love of the game, man. What's wrong with you, bro? Money should not be a thing. Bro, I'm risking my life. It's not worth it. It's not.
You are so going to end up in porno.
Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
There's Cunningham. Dodges left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass, and it's in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can.
Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
In 1878, more than 8 million bats were sold in the United States, and players often rode to the ball field in painted carriages, singing team songs. Everybody had a team. At Orting, Washington, the Fats took on the Lean. Whalers, frozen in at Herschel Island above the Arctic Circle, played too, naming their teams the Hoodlums, Walruses, and Blubbers.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves trailing a tough one here, 4-1. Mike Soroka's first game in 3 years. First pitch on the way to Acuna, swung on. He rips that into left field, right at Blade for out number 1. Very frustrating because he smoked that ball, but it was an atom ball. You gotta hate that. So 1 out. By the way, Fujinami is coming into the game, came into the game to throw that first pitch. Acuna swung at that first pitch so quickly, didn't have a chance to mention it. 100-mile-an-hour fastball misses on the outer edge. It's 1-0. Man, they may have high ERAs, but they've got some arms in the staff. The 1-0. 86-mile-an-hour right there at the knees. It's 1-1. It's got to be a heck of a adjustment going from 100 to 86 back-to-back pitches. The 1-1 pitch. Swinging, that ball's belted high. That ball's hit deep. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ramalama, ding dong, a solo blast from Matt Olson. And the Braves just creeped a little closer. His 17th of the year, 413 happy feet over the right field wall. And it's 4-2. Atlanta back on the board. My goodness, he absolutely plowed that ball over the wall. Fujinami, if you're not familiar with him, picked him up in the offseason from Japan. First pitch on the way to Riley's a swing and a miss, strike 98 on the outer edge. It's 0-1. It's from Saki, Japan, 29 years old, 6'6", 180 pounds. The 1-1 to Riley. Swinging, that ball's belted high and deep. Is it going to stay fair? I think it's going to bend. It will bend foul over the fence, but about 20 to 30 feet left of the foul pole. We almost had back-to-backs. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Down below the knees and towards the ankles. Hard one to lay off with 2 strikes. That'll bring Murphy to the plate. Murphy looking to get on the board. He is 1 for 2 with a single, a walk, and an RBI. Get something going here. If he can keep it alive, Ozuna on deck, Rosario in the hole. First one on the way to Murph is a cutter in the dirt, 89 miles an hour. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Murph. Fujinami lets it fly. Swing and pops it up. Is that going to stay in that big Grand Canyon? It is. It's out number 3. Over there in the first base area, just over the Golden Gate Bridge, the third out is caught. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Braves trail 4-2.
Look at Soto. He's kicked. He wants to throw the bat at the fans. Let him. That's the manager pulling him away. Boy, how bad is Jody Davis hurt?
A fan threw a beer at Mario Soto, and that incited him. He grabbed a bat and wanted to go after the fan with a bat.
I'll tell you the truth, my wife and I, we never have sex. Now, we get undressed, we can't stop laughing, you know. But I'll tell you what, when my wife does have sex, she screams, ooh, especially when I walk in on her.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
You're great! I can't understand why they hate you so much.
Spalding led his White Stockings and a pickup team of all-stars on a round-the-world tour to spread the gospel of the great American game.
We are up at breakfast early as we are to start at 10 o'clock for the pyramids. Camels and donkeys have been secured for the party. The ball players in uniform, as for the first time the Sphinx is to witness a game of baseball. After lunch, we have photos taken at the Sphinx and then proceed to play our historical game of ball with about 200 Arabs for an audience. They took more interest in the game than the average Englishman and did not once refer to it as the old game of rounders, you know.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Lucas Litgay is coming into the game. Litgay, 7.71 ERA through 9 innings, 5 walks, 9 strikeouts. He'll face Brown to start it off, and the first pitch is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Litgay trying to bounce back. The 0-1 pitch. Slider at the knees, outer edge, it's 0-2. Last time out, 2 1/3, 2 runs earned. The 0-2 way off the plate wide, it's 1-2. That was against Philadelphia. The 1-2 pitch, just off the plate wide, ball 2, 2-2. This will be his 8th appearance. In the previous 7 is the 1-2 pitch. Did he go around? You're going to say he didn't. It's 2-2. Slider off the edge. He's gone that same pitch over and over again. In his previous 7 outings, Only 3 of them has he not given up a run. The 2-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. 1 away. In 2 of the outings, he's given up crooked numbers. So Diaz come to the plate. A lot of Miss Diaz. Swings at the first pitch. Pops it high in the sky. Long way to go. Couldn't get to it. Olsen and Acuna trying to chase it into foul territory. And it's a long strike to start the at-bat. A's 4, Braves 2. Bottom of the 8th, the 0-1 pitch from Litgay. Swing and a miss. Out in front of that one, it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch swung on and grounded foul down the third base line. We'll do it again. Braves A's back at it tomorrow night, 9:40. Bryce Elder on the mound. The 0-2. Oh, come on. That was right there. Curveball called for a ball, but that was right there in the zone. 1-2. The 1-2 from Litgay. Swing and fouls it back out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Litgay winds and deals. Misses well inside. It's 2-2. Dodgers have tied up the Nationals 1-1. The 2-2. Inside. Did that ball get him? He's hopping around like it might have. I guess they're going to say it did. He'll head down to first. I think it got him right on the edge of the toe. Murphy's going to go out and talk to Litgay. It's Braves trail 4-2. Bottom of the 8th, 1 on, 1 out. Brent Rooker will come to the plate. Rooker pitch hitting for Blade. Lefty-righty matchup. Rooker, with 11 home runs on the season, takes the first pitch down below the knees. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Right there inside for a ball, 2-0. $11 home runs and .873 OPS. 32 RBIs for Rooker. The 2-0 pitch, well inside, ball 3-0. Litgay nowhere near the zone. The 3-0 inside, ball 4 pitch walk. So a bad outing again for Litgay. He's gotten the one out, but he's hit a batter, walked a batter on 4. Wonder how much longer before there's a DFA in his future. That'll bring Laureano to the plate. Laureano 0 for 1 with 2 walks. The first pitch on the way. Right there for a strike. It's on 1. The 0-1 on the way. Down below the knees. 1-1. Litgay looks back the runner. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hammered towards the third base side, but foul. It's 1-2. Litgay. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Ball 2, 2-2. Laureano 0 for 1 with 2 walks. Litgay. Sure, his age has something to do with it, but he works slow. The 2-2 pitch. Swinging that ball is going to be grounded up the middle for a base hit. Should bring a run home. It will. It is 5-2 Oakland, and runners are now on second and third because another poor decision by Rosario. As opposed to throwing it to second, he threw it to third. Laureano took advantage and ran up to second base. There was no way he was going to get the runner at third. You've seen it all year long when Rosario's in the outfield. The trail runners always seem to advance. You could almost understand if he had a really strong arm, but he doesn't. He's got an average arm. The proverbial white towel's being thrown. Jimenez is warming up. Got to love that Luke Gay Jimenez combo. First pitch on the way to Langoliers is off the plate. Wide, but called for a wide strike. It's 0-1. Langoliers 0 for 2 with a hit by pitch. The 0-1. Swing and bounced off the plate. It's 0-2. Got to find a way to get this guy out without letting another run in. Asking for 4 runs is a lot. If he bleeds a single, it'd be a 5-run lead heading to the 9th. Though it's never over when you consider Atlanta's offense and Oakland's bullpen. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and pops it up, but out of play. Do it again at 0-2. Dodgers lead Washington 3-1. Really cool moment in Chicago. Hendricks, who's coming back from cancer, has just entered the game. The 0-2 pitch is down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-2. Just got a standing ovation. You can imagine the emotion running high. I don't want to misspeak, but I think it was lymphoma. I can't remember what he had, but he went through cancer treatment. First time on the mound since then. The 1-2. Off the plate wide, 2-2. He was activated this morning. Braves infield is in. The 2-2 from Litgay. Swing and grounded up the middle. Litgay's not going to have a play. Fires it over. Oh, my God, what a terrible throw to first. So all runners are safe. A run scores. Runners on the corners. Olsen did a good job of keeping that ball from going elsewhere. Ball bounced and popped out of his glove. I'm sure what did not help was that Litgay was charging it, and Riley thought he was going to have to make the play. He put on the brakes and then had to go underneath Litgay, and I don't know if that threw him off or whatever. It was a bad throw. Braves now down 6-2. JD Martinez just hit a 3-run home run to the Dodgers. Now up 6-1 over Washington. First pitch on the way to Peterson is a strike right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swung on, and that ball's going to get dumped down into left field. Base hit. And it's 7-2 Oakland. Seven to 2 Oakland. And Litgay is going to go hit the showers and possibly receive a ticket home. We'll be back in a flash. Jimenez is coming to the mound.
You know what your problem is? You're really cute, so no one ever told you to shut your pie hole.
You think I'm cute?
Shut your pie hole!
When Larry Bird finally returned to the court after missing basically an entire season with foot surgery and a back injury, he faced prime Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. 10 seconds to go, it was a tie game. The Celtics had the ball, and the Bulls put their two best defenders, Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, both on Larry Bird, and then this happened.
Let's see if they wind it all the way down. Inside of 10 seconds. Bird low. You can't double yet. Now you can quickly. Bird's jumper, good. Larry Bird gives the Boston Celtics a 2-point lead. Everybody in this building had to know what was going on. Michael came over to help out.
But maybe a quote from NBA Hall of Fame coach Pat Riley can explain. In an interview, Pat Riley said this iconic quote, "If I had to choose a player to take a shot to save a game, I'd choose Michael Jordan. If I had to choose a player to take a shot to save my life, I'd take Larry Bird."
By the 1880s, newspapers and magazines, and now baseball cards, printed up to help boost the sale of cigarettes, brought into the homes of young boys a generation of baseball heroes they would never get to see in person. Pete Browning, the old gladiator of the Louisville Eclipse, had a lifetime batting average of .343 and was the idol of Kentucky fans. One day in 1884, he broke his favorite bat. After the game, an apprentice woodworker named Bud Hillerick offered to make Browning a new bat. The next day, Browning went 3 for 3. Thereafter, he would use no one else's bats. It was the first Louisville Slugger, and Browning would eventually own more than 200 of them, to each of which he gave a name taken from the Bible.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves trail 7-2. The first pitch on the way to from Jimenez is a ball inside. To Kemp, it's 1-0. Goat says you're going to cry yourself to sleep. Goat, I was hoping this was a damn nightmare. This wasn't real. The 1-0 pitch from Jimenez. Swing, and that ball is hit high. Not very deep into foul territory. Olsen waving off everybody, makes the catch, and there's one away. Well, I said it in the pregame, you can't expect a sweep, especially when you're coming off Sunday night to road trip. But we better win the next two, because losing a series to the Oakland A's is unacceptable. You can deal with the loss, especially when you consider the fact that It was Soroka's first start in 3 years, et cetera, and all the travel and all that. But Elder should get the W. And I expect Schuster, what looks like it may be a bullpen game for Oakland on Wednesday. We'll still have to, they haven't announced a starter. We definitely have the upper hand tomorrow. The 1-0. Whoa, inside almost gets him. Remember, Ruiz already been hit once. That pitch earlier about took him out of commission. That 96-mile fastball by Jimenez is might turn him to dust. The 2-0 pitch to Ruiz right there for a strike, top of the zone, 2-1. The funny thing about this is that it's still not over because the Oakland bullpen has been historically bad, especially in late innings. They've given up some huge leads. I know it feels bleak now. The 2-1 pitch off the plate wide, ball 3-1. You would like to know why this game couldn't have been played tomorrow and have us have the early day on Thursday. The 3-1 misses. High, did he go around? Nope. Walked the bases loaded. It would have made much more sense from a travel standpoint because this is not a nationally televised game, so that's not the answer. Why this game couldn't have been tomorrow night, Wednesday night, and then you have an early day on Thursday to give Atlanta a chance to get into Arizona on Friday night. This week, we're bringing you all three of the Oakland games in this series. First pitch on the way to note is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. And then, so tomorrow night, 9:40 first pitch. Wednesday afternoon, 3:37. The 0-1 swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. So if you're at work or whatever, just get yourself a little earbud and away you go. Friday, 9:40 first pitch against Arizona. We will have that call. And then the Sunday afternoon game. Saturday night is a late pitch, 10:10, and we have a obligation. My wife runs a charity, and we have an event that night, so there's no way for me to, unless I get home, but I just seriously doubt it. The 0-2 pitch, right there, called strike 3, 95-mile-an-hour fastball. That's the Jimenez you love. If he could duplicate that pitch, he'd be a hard customer to hit. We'll head to break. Top of the 9th. All we need is a touchdown, and we're right back in it.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
One strike they count to Gwynn, and the fastball inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. At first, second, and short. And Gooden catches the outside corner with a fastball. So it's 1-2. Curveball and hit foul down the left side.
Giving him an off-speed pitch that he can really handle with a man on third and the infield back, especially through the middle. It's like giving up the run.
Goes back to the fastball, and it's fouled into the stands. So
shortstop or to the second baseman.
And the fastball for a ball. It's 2-2. And again, the fastball. That puts the count at 3-2. And as you pointed out, Rusty, he does not strike out often. Got caught looking yesterday. 3-2 pitch, and it's hit down the line. It's foul. 3-2. 3-2 curveball out of the strike zone. So Gooden wins that one.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by our mystery sponsor, a product that is so good that they're paying us to keep anyone from associating it with this program.
Just a bit outside. Ball 4. Ball 8.
On many summer day, I played baseball starting at 8 in the morning, running home at noon for a quick meal, and again with fielding and batting till it was too dark to see the ball. These were times when my head seemed empty of everything but baseball names and figures. I could name the players who led in batting and fielding, and the pitchers who had won the most games.
and I had my opinions about who was better than anybody else in the national game. Carl Sandburg.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Trevor May comes into the game. May, right-handed, 33-year-old, 6'5", 240, fires the first pitch in, misses high. It's 1-0. You may remember May. He pitched for the Mets in 21 and 22. First pitch on the way is swung on and hit high and deep into center field, making the catch is Ruiz on the warning track, and Ozuna will go down 0 for 4. Gave that one a pretty good ride. It's out in a lot of stadiums. It's a pretty deep ballpark when you get towards center field. Before that, Trevor May was with Minnesota for several years. He's always been pretty good out of the bullpen. Last year, 504 with the Mets. First pitch on the way to Rosario is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the line, but foul. Couldn't keep that one straight. They've given a couple of balls a ride here on May. The 1-1. Fouled out of play. It's 1-2. Feel bad for Hendricks. His first time back from cancer surgery. He's getting lit up by the Angels. The 1-2. Off the plate, wide, 2-2. Not only is he getting lit up, and he's got, 25, 26 pitches, he's facing Ohtani with runners on the corners. Like, what are they doing to him? The 2-2 pitch. Inside. Did he go around? They said he did not. It's 3-2. The ball went to the backstop, and the home plate umpire was checking with them. Here's the thing. Rosario wasn't even paying attention. Had he called it strike, he still probably got a chance to run down to first. Pitch misses inside. We'll do it again at 3-2. The 3-2 to Rosario. Swing, and that ball's lifted into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit, and that'll be a one-out double for Rosario as he slowly jogs into second. Maybe some life here. You never know what can unravel in a baseball game. You could get a couple of hits put together. You would then have the top of the order start rolling towards the plate. Long ways away from that right now. But Eddie's on second. There's only one out, and Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is swung on and popped up. Out of play, it's 0-1. Yeah, no, Terry, that game's over. Celtics blew that one. I was keeping an eye on it. That coach should be fired. The first pitch on the way from May is a fastball swung on and missed. Sorry, the 0-1 swung on and missed. It's 0-2. They just look like that they were tight because they did not score tonight. The 0-2 pitch. High and out of the zone. 94 miles an hour. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and popped up high in the sky, not very deep, for out number 2. So 2 outs, all up to Orlando Arcia now. First pitch on the way is a strike right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 on the way. Way off the plate wide. Good stab by Langlers. Keep that from going to the backstop. 1-1. One on the way. Whoa, bounces high in the sky. And it got out of play, didn't it? Went out of play. It's a judgment call, but they could award the run, but I don't think they're going to. What was the over-under? That might have had something to do with it. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and pops it up. Lazy fly ball to first base, and that'll end the inning and the game. Braves did not put their best foot forward after getting off the plane this afternoon. We'll try to get back at it tomorrow. Bryce Elder on the mound, 9:40 first pitch. Pregame will come to you 9 o'clock. We'll have Braves Country today live 3 to 5 as always. See you tomorrow, folks. Braves drop a tough one, 7-2 to the Oakland A's. Have a great night. And happy Memorial Day.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac McGee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today, wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Gonna get another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Gonna get another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on the Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl were a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac McGee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the Key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the Key.